做那年的伟大的医生。Pero cuando pasamos tú te忘了，现在的路都是我们的选择。无数的突破历程，无数的山在大地上。Corro como cane senza freno，无数的山在爬渡呢，无数的突破历程。Lama senza radice, corro come un cane senza freno, chi stomma senza padrone, lui sembra senza padrone, un giorno più felice. 有数的山在大地上。Si vuoi con l'oggi,
Good morning, everybody. I'm so pleased to see so many people here after the very quiet night we had last night. My feet are sore, but my heart is very, very big. We had such a great night, and we really, really enjoyed it. And I think when an organising committee says that they enjoyed it, that's a sign of a good night. So thank you for being here this morning. We have a fantastic speaker. He doesn't need any introductions. George, can you please come to the stage?
Good morning. I want to start by saying a particular thank you to the committee for this particular conference for the opportunity to spend some time with you today. I want to turn my attention to where I believe we need to start thinking conceptually about the structure of higher education. In the late 1990s, I was at Red River College in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We were the first college in the country that moved to an exclusively laptop program, and this experience of being a part of this has dramatically shaped how I think and how I approach teaching and learning practices. Now, many of you probably have familiarity with what the environment looked like at Red River College, as our entire university hall was equipped with laptops, was equipped with desks that were reconfigured with electricity outlets, Ethernet ports, and removable desks. But what was challenging for me was recognizing that a new tool changes practices in very subtle ways. It's actually, if you will, a type of conditioning. We are technified by our tools, and our actions and behaviors end up becoming those that are afforded by those technologies. Now, this is consequential because of where I want to take the bulk of this talk, and where I think we need to land as a higher education institution to understand what the future means for us. This technification is subtle at first. For me, it would be simple things like the process of seeing students come into a classroom, sit down, open up their laptop bag, take out their laptops, plug in the Ethernet port. This was pre-Wi-Fi days, and then this process being repeated as they exited the classroom. But this type of a ritual that appended their learning experience was a type of a conditioning exercise that technology does in a very subtle way when it first begins to engage with us. What happened during the classroom remains an area of intrigue for me. The students, while they were connected to one another and to the world, started taking on entirely new forms of activity. Through ICQ, downloading music, and so on, in many ways, their encounter with technology changed many of their existing practices. For most faculty, though, it was at best an inconvenience. Instead of turning to the affordances of the technology, many faculty ended up primarily taking the existing approaches that they used in their classrooms and just add a technical layer to it. What used to be an overhead slide ended up becoming a PowerPoint. Our practices essentially remained unchanged, even though the medium was dramatically different. And for me, the question then is, what was it about laptops and the internet that produced such an uneven impact on practice? Why did this, on the one hand, apparent liberation on the part of students produce exciting new ways of interacting with information, and yet the influence of technology on experts, namely us as faculty, ended up being one of essentially a new structure of control in one population and a new affordances of new actions in another population. So why this talk? I've been writing in different ways parts of this talk for probably about 20 years and in a more pronounced way over the last 4 years. My engagement with the global EdTech community began in the late 90s through a service called Blogger. Early on, I found that through posting comments online, engaging with individuals and starting to follow them through RSS provided a huge community for me to be part of individuals globally that were interested in things that I was also interested in. Now, this was largely a textual medium, but it provided a voice for the first time to many people who previously hadn't had access to a microphone of substance. So what networks did more than anything else was to allow global interest and identity to form and develop in ways that were not locally possible. So blogging in many ways became about connections for me. It became about being connected. It became about connectivism. My ongoing attempts, though, to convince people that this was an exciting and fascinating way to interact with people from around the world were frequently met with pushback, notably from academics, not unlike the experience in a classroom. You bring a new tool into an existing power structure, one component uses it for liberation, the second component uses it to enforce or even reinforce existing structures. Now, in response to some of the challenges of this pushback, I decided, together with a colleague, Stephen Downs, that we were going to run a course online that would help people to experience what these kinds of environments were like. What does it mean to learn in networks? Because in many ways, networks need to be lived, not understood conceptually. This resulted in what now is coined a massive open online course, even though our numbers of 2,300 students is now vastly inferior to courses that can generate between 200 and 300,000 students. But there was an interesting byproduct of this MOOC that we weren't aware of at the time. As students engaged in these conversations, as they collaborated with one another, as they shared their ideas, as they produced artifacts, we had a steady emphasis on autonomy and control on the part of the students, but there was a byproduct of data. This data wasn't an anticipated byproduct, but we became aware quickly that this was something of note and something of interest. It presented, if you will, a new peripheral value point that mirrored what was happening broadly within a societal context, namely big data and the growth of automation and interest in automation. So in 2010, I sent an email out to a group of colleagues from around the world, and I said, look, there's something going on with the data we're collecting as individuals interact in online courses, and I think there's an opportunity for us to make sense of this data to gain insight into learning processes, to contribute to learning sciences in a more substantive way, and that was the turn to the idea of learning analytics. Since that time, it's been over a decade. We're approaching our 10th conference, and the field has developed rapidly from a research domain, and there's also been a growing amount of pushback due to privacy and ethics. But this quick little journey, namely that blogs begat connectivism, and connectivism begat MOOCs, and MOOCs in turn begat learning analytics, is reflective of a quick landscape review of educational technology over the last 15 to 20 years, at least from my lens. But now I'm grappling with growing unease about the future of education. I'm eager to see us make a turn toward the human aspect of the learning process, to look at human learning and to look at a human learning system. Now, in order to take you through this process, we're going to take a focused look at where we have been, emphasizing particularly that we need to move from a cycle that emphasizes, or a narrative that emphasizes constant change, to a narrative that turns its attention to what are we becoming as not just individuals, but more consequentially as a society and as a human race. So in this presentation, I'm going to start by talking specifically about technology, questioning whether or not it has the ability to take us from where we are to where we need to be, given a number of trends and amplifications of AI and related concepts. I'm also going to focus on questions of our students. This is a key issue, and it's actually a bit of a hopeless comment when I walk through this particular section of the presentation. Who are these students, and what is our obligation to them, regardless of their age? And I'll address some questions around the future of the human cognitive enterprise as a whole. AI is forecast to be society-altering. Or perhaps more accurately, I should say, AI is already society-altering. And I'll conclude by positing a very unsatisfying and a somewhat fuzzy new point of focus for our education system going forward. A focus on beingness as a core human attribute, and that the role of university is one of primarily bringing us closer to things that matter or things of consequence. These are things that until now have been largely mediated by technology, which in turn has generated a type of a separation, and I'll conclude by advocating for a return, and that universities are this agent that will enable this to happen. So let's start with technology. What does technology do? Well, primarily, according to pundits, it extends us. If you look at the early approach of tilling the ground, much easier to do it with some kind of a device rather than with the human hand. If you look at an airplane as a means to move us more rapidly than we can walk or run or manage on a camel. So technology largely extends our minds today as well. McLuhan has stated that our central nervous system itself is extended in this global embrace. Or Ernst Capps suggests, as far back as 1877, that technology is a projection of our body. Each extension, however, has a non-inconsequential impact on core human attributes. Something is gained, but something is also lost. This is an argument that Plato made millennia ago. He stated that, commenting specifically about writing, that if men learn this, it will implant forgetfulness in their souls. They will cease to exercise memory because they rely on that which is written, calling things into remembrance no longer from within themselves, but by means of external marks. Arthur C. Clarke advanced a concept and stated, any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I'll add to that argument and say that any sophisticated social and technological integration results in a type of incongruity, even a type of hypocrisy for the end users. On the one hand, it enables, but it also produces unintended effects. We gain, but we lose. Mullah Nasruddin, who has sometimes been called the Arab Aesop for his fables and stories with quirky humor, captures this friction where something can be both good but simultaneously be undesirable in other aspects. He stated that knowledge is like a carrot. Few know by looking at the green top that the best part, the orange part, is there. Like the carrot, if you don't work for it, it will wither away and rot. And finally, like the carrot, there are a great many donkeys and jackasses that are associated with it. Another way to look at technology is that it is essentially structured repetition. It does the same thing, and it does it over and over again with the same results. Technology, in this sense, structures us, it changes us, or a concept I'll keep referring to, it technifies us. Now, I grew up, the first 6 years of my life at least, in a community in Mexico that had a radical view of technology. The Mennonites, who traced their journey from Europe through to Canada and eventually into Mexico, were the community that I'm referring to. There was an inclusion when they first immigrated to Canada of mandatory schooling. This was in the 1920s and 1930s, and the leaders within this community concluded that the country was not a safe environment spiritually, and as a result, they moved and immigrated to Mexico. This move south, which has been a continual attempt to eliminate the influence of even basic technologies such as electricity or vehicles that have rubber on their tires, has produced a community now where I have family in Paraguay and Bolivia as a group that continues to make attempts to isolate from the advancing influence of technology. Technology was, in their perspective, an agent that separates individuals rather than an agent that unifies, and technology was seen as a corruption of humanity rather than an extension of humanity. But it is sort of wonderful to be connected. Yes, we know we're being surveyed. It's great to participate in open discussions globally about things that matter to us and that matter to society. And yes, it's a toxic sludge of trolls. So what matters most for consideration here is that technology changes us, it alters our human attributes, but it's not all good and it's not all bad. Now let's turn our consideration to what does that look like when we talk about the higher education system. Higher education has been through a number of stages with its global learner population. Most Western universities have gone through a few sharply structured stages. Following World War II, not unlike the challenges that confronted Roman leadership when soldiers returned from war, there was a large return of a population into civilized or Western society. In the US, in order to meet the needs of this population, a GI Bill was enacted that produced an enormous boom in university growth and attendance. Until this point, a bachelor's degree sat in the low single-digit percentages of American society, but with the influx of the population coming back, the complexification of the economy, there was a significant explosion, and universities very quickly fell into the same economic regime that now defines modern society, which is that growth is a constant must. Campus investments were made, new programs were developed that were primarily prefaced on continual growth. Once leadership started hearing the ringing of the demographic bell, they turned to a new population, international students. Now, international students provided additional revenue. They provided more revenue per student than the regular population, but even that group started to rely, or that population started to become a dwindling population that in many parts of the world, with the exception of Australia and a few European countries, is now a dwindling population. Top systems are still reliant on these, but developing systems such as China and India are rapidly advancing their own higher education system, and interactions I've had with colleagues in China make it clear that their long-term vision is to be a net importer of students, not a net exporter of students. Now, at this point, with the diminishment of the demographic population and a projected diminishment, or in some cases an actual diminishment of the international population, university leaders who were somewhat visionary turned their attention to the online environment. These systems, such as Penn State University, who was an early innovator, started to add a digital layer on top of their existing campus offerings. Universities that had poor leadership ended up having to play catch-up by outsourcing a number of core capabilities to OPMs and similar partner programs. But even in this kind of an environment, the online environment was insignificant to be able to offset and sufficiently replace the demographic decline and the international student population decline. So along came this thing, popularized at least in the form of MOOCs. Now, MOOCs revealed a largely underserved population, namely adult students who want to educate or reskill for a new economy. Now, there was a flaw on the part of higher education, which on the one hand is slow and plodding for prudence, but on the other hand is slow and prodding to its own detriment. So with a degree of gusto that we've rarely seen, because this is a window that doesn't happen often, a number of startup communities and technology providers pounced on this gap that was available. Now, early on, almost all of our relationship with vendors were that of serving the existing structure of the university. You would buy an LMS, you would buy a computing platform, but suddenly, with the growth of these new startup firms, we had vendors selling services that were a replacement or direct competition with the core services that university offered. Now, universities, a bit delayed, started to see there was a new opportunity here, reskilling in the adult learner population. In the US alone, this is a multi-trillion-dollar problem to be solved, especially if you agree or if you give credit to claims that 30 to 50% of modern society needs to be reskilled as automation continues to take existing jobs. So we then have two learner population that the higher education system needs to pay attention to. On the one hand, we have the traditional 17 to 24-year-old age group, and then on the other hand, we have an emerging lifelong population. We've failed both of these populations, but we've done so in different ways. A key question, and that I am fairly consumed with, is what is our most vital responsibility as a university to today's youth? Universities play a lot of roles in a society. On the one hand, there's preparation for the workforce, there's development of thinking skills, there's development as a person. But perhaps the most vital role is preparing individuals for the future society that they will inherit. Now, this is not a cognitive preparation, or at least not a cognitive preparation only. This is a beingness type of preparation. This is an absorption of culture, skills, norms, and values. And in many ways, especially in the humanist tradition, it is also a type of sense, meaning, agency, optimism that is embedded through this system. Several months ago, as I was doing my daily dive into global anxiety and eschatological views such as climate change, income inequality, global uprising, and societal inequality, my son was in the room at the time, and like a proper member of the younger generation, lives on his phone nonstop. It doesn't matter whether it's Reddit, Snapchat, TikTok, politics, climate change, and economics, they seep into every fabric of our youth's minds. And I asked him, what's your take on this raft of negative news that you encounter every day? Is it depressing? His response took me back a little bit because it's not what I anticipated, and which is the title of my talk. He said, I'm happy, but I'm not hopeful. The youth are angry today, if you haven't noticed. They are uprising. People like Greta have been able to achieve what well-educated, wealthy politicians have been unable to do. 41% of the global population is under the age of 25. They are slowly taking control. We, in many ways, are not the ones that have the answer. In spite of the agency, though, that they are beginning to exhibit, it is a reluctance that is driven by failure of previous generation to steward the environment and to steward the economy. Theirs is not a hopeful embrace. It is a bleak embrace that is driven by a crisis of meaning, a crisis of hope. So we turn to questions as good adults. Well, where are we going to help these young people find hope? The hope that may have propelled many of us through our younger years. Will they find it in the economy? Well, that's clearly a no. Will they find it in religion? That's debatable because religion and participation in organized religion, at least in Western countries, continues a long and steady decline. Well, surely technology will be a bit of a savior for them. They live it and imbibe it on a daily basis. At best, technology is actually part of the problem. The utopian future that we were promised by Silicon Valley increasingly looks like a nightmarish scenario where constant video surveillance, manipulation by major technology companies, and even state actors is the norm. Well, obviously then, they're going to find it in education, which has long been proclaimed as an equalizer of opportunity and a pathway to better future. But again, I'll say no. Our narrative is somewhat out of touch with this particular population. We are actually somewhat presumptuous and arrogant. Now, some of you may be bristling at my attempt to deflate optimism, but I'm presenting the emotional and values climate of today's youth. Sure, some examples, feel-good exceptions. This student did this student was able to access the web through this technology and achieve this outcome. But if we're realistic, I think most of us would recognize that we are actually giving our youth what we wanted and what we needed, not what it is that they want and they need. So many of us in the education sector, we come from a period of stability and growth and a degree of hope. We have a type of irrational optimism because of the background that we were taught where personal drive and personal motivation equates with success. The problem today isn't personal effort. The problem is the system. We have failed our youth by creating an education system that supports existing power structures in society, and it does so in a most pernicious way. Don't go through us, and you can't get a job. Go through us and become conditioned to an existing system, the existing morals and values of that system, and if you do it in the US and many other parts of the world, you will end up with crippling debt that may impact you for years, decades, or even lifelong. Recently read about a 69-year-old lady in Texas who had $200 of her monthly social assistance garnished because she had outstanding student loan debt. She couldn't afford a shower in her own house and had to go to a neighbor's house in order to do basic biological activity. So in some ways, ours is a failure of purpose to this population, a failure of opportunity, and a failure of meaning. We failed adult learners in an entirely different way. We failed them through lack of vision and a lack of awareness of their needs. While many universities do have continuing and ongoing education programs, they are often misaligned to the needs of adult learners. Consider the fastest growing field of employment currently that has the highest starting salary. Data science. Kaggle released a survey recently that said 59% of data scientists practicing today achieved their skills through either MOOCs or through self-regulated learning. The now much aligned or misaligned MOOC is a supply-side answer to a decades-long demand-side increase in learning needs. Globally, MOOC providers are now approaching 200 million students registered. This is significant, and I would argue one of the most significant learning trends of our generation. Many of us like to whine about the pedagogical model of MOOCs, but for people in developing regions, developing parts of the world, it's a decision about access to learning or not. It's not about quality of learning, it's either I learn or I don't. Well, let's return to the role of teachers then. The life experience of students has undergone a dramatic impact due to development of digital technologies, and social media has been augmented by a range of tools like YouTube, Khan Academy, MOOCs, which I've already touched on, and way too many ed tech startups to list. Crunchbase lists over 3,300 ed tech startups currently. For a teacher, though, there's a key challenge and one that's broad in society. Achieving centralized outcomes through decentralized means produces uneven outcomes at best. In a more innocent time, in the joyous days of Web 2.0, blogs, wikis, and podcasts provided an infrastructure that emphasized autonomy and control. The power had shifted in many education sectors from the teacher to the learner, and a new age of learning was proclaimed to be upon us. The age of do-it-yourself education, self-regulated learning. You can do anything you want, you can learn anything you want. But reality has proven to be a bit more elusive. Much like social media has revealed itself to have dark and damaging sides, such as false information and toxic conversation, the world of self-directed learning produces its own unique challenges. It seems like we still need teachers, but the role of teachers is dramatically different when you're involved in an environment of continual progressive change, where information is abundant, than it is in an environment of stability. We have, though, technified our curriculum. We've structured it, it's organized, it's methodical. We've technified our instruction, it's scheduled, it's lecture-based, it's assessment-focused. And yet when you look at research from individuals like Scott Freeman out of University of Washington, there's a clear indication that learners perform significantly better through active engaged learning than through lecture-based learning. This isn't new for any of you here or anyone who has broader experience with ICDE community more generally. We've long known the values of adult learners and self-regulation and the need for authentic learning activities. Learning is complex and it's dependent on the context of the learner, so social media is good and bad for society. Giving learners control produces good and negative outcomes. There is a developmental aspect to education that matters as much as access does. The role of Twitter, Facebook, YouTube has given voice to narratives that many of us in society had hoped were permanently in humanity's past. They can't be ignored because they're growing in influence. And it's clear that accessing ideas and information is not the same thing as learning through a set of values, morals, and principles. Another concern arises directly in relation to knowledge. Learning is a coherence-forming process. Networks are fragmentary. Networks fragment and provide serendipity, but they also produce knowledge frameworks in our learners that don't cohere. The results have been called in various ways something along the lines of the illusion of explanatory depth. This is an appearance of understanding, but even a slight bit of questioning, it becomes apparent that the individual doesn't really understand at a level of depth what has been experienced or encountered. This term was coined in response to Rebecca Lawson's work at the University of Liverpool, where she demonstrated that students had a sketchy and shallow understanding of everyday objects. This isn't novel. Decades ago, a similar project called the Private Universe articulated or demonstrated how environments of rigorous testing could produce students that graduate successfully from high school, exited top schools in the world such as Harvard, and still were unable to describe basic scientific concepts such as, why do we have seasons? They have deep misunderstanding of scientific concepts, but they have jumped through all of our assessment hoops. So there's good news for teachers in some ways, whether it's classroom or online. It means there's a role for guiding students through unstructured and chaotic knowledge spaces by modeling a way of being in relation to ambiguity. and so too does our role as educators in prodding and incurring depth of thought and consideration, interrogating the coherence of a learner's knowledge. Human and artificial cognition. AI is an attempt to make technology biological, to imbue it with the cognitive prowess of human beings. As Susan Sontag states, the leap is from writing by hand to the typewriter. From the typewriter to the computer is no leap at all. Similar, the leap to AI is no leap at all. The leap to computers is the first place where these devices began to technify human experience, structure human social interactions, and frame human learning and knowledge development. Now, AI as a concept, it's broad. It means many different things to many people. It's often misunderstood and frequently overpromised. It means so much in education and yet simultaneously so little. We have not seen to date significant AI tools for broad or even transformative impact on learning. The ones that we've seen typically solve a small learning problem, such as reading, the use of chatbots, or automated tutors. While on the one hand, Watson promised us the world, it delivered at best a blade of grass. There is, however, significant change forecast. The sheer volume of venture capital resources, the development of national strategies in AI, make it inevitable that AI will become a mainstay in our daily lives and in our classroom. To ensure that we can discuss the concept of AI in a focused way, I'm going to address it through the lens of cognition. AI is too big and too hairy to wrap your arms around to have a meaningful talk. Cognition is something that we can talk about in a substantive way. The unfolding future is not one where AI will fully replace human intelligence or human function, but most likely it will emerge the same way that the process of a student in a classroom starting their daily ritual of opening up a laptop, plugging in and getting connected, subtle, somewhat innocuous, and yet early indications that we will change our behavior to the device that we are using. So cognition, the way I would define it, has three components. One is sensory, the second is cognitive process, the third is integrated cognition. Sensory aspect involve things such as sight, sounds, taste, smell. In many ways, our body is here to serve the brain. Its role is to provide data and sensory input so the brain has something to do. Paroli and Card have stated that we are information foraging beings, a process that is as biologic and as basic as foraging for food is in many animals. Our cognitive processes, in turn, involve things like working with concepts in short-term memory and coding them to long-term memory. This is what we often describe as learning, and I'll address that shortly in more detail. And then thirdly, integrated cognition involves creativity or applying conceptual understanding to situations that require or produce novel outcomes. Now, for philosophers, for psychologists, and computer scientists, we're starting to confront some deeply fundamental questions around what does it mean to be a human being. The Electronic Freedom Foundation has published an AI measurement index. This is a list of which aspects of human cognition can be outperformed by an artificial cognitive agent. It can outperform humans on a range of basic sensory processes and a number of basic cognitive processes. It can recognize the presence of cancerous tissue more accurately than human doctors. It can defeat expert humans at the most complicated strategy games that humans have been able to produce. It can recognize patterns in large data sets of research papers that human beings were unable to recognize. This doesn't even begin to address the computational and modeling capabilities of computation today for tackling climate change, or Google's recent, still controversial, claim of Sycamore's achievement of quantum supremacy, where it calculated in 3.5 minutes what would have taken the Summit supercomputer 10,000 years to calculate. Now, what does this mean for us? Well, it suggests that human cognitive domain as an area of exceptionality on Earth may be short-lived, but more consequentially, it suggests that we have a new partner to think with and to work with. It means that we're hurtling toward a future where we have artificial agents in our daily lives, and specifically it means that we have artificial agents in our social networks, in our learning, in our work lives, and our personal lives. Our cognition, which has always been distributed and embodied, is now distributed and embodied in agents that are not human. And someone is going to have to design for this. Learning design will not be confined to designing learning experience for human beings, but will require cognitive breakdown of knowledge and knowledge tasks in such a way that they can be assigned to be done by an artificial agent or by a human agent, and subsequently that there's a point of integration between these two systems in such a way that there's an effective handoff between one and the other. Now, what are the implications of this for our systems of education, especially ones where we are attempting to advance a narrative of meaning and hope? I'm going to get a little weird as I detail some of the implications of technology focused on new types of learners, growth of human artificial cognition, the changing role of learning, and the changing impact of teachers. I argue that learning is too broad a term, and in many ways learning is somewhat of a useless word. We need to far better precision in order to tease out exactly which roles we will play and which the machine will play. Even currently, we use learning in a very clumsy way. If somebody says you have a conversation with somebody and we learn that they're expecting a child, is that the same thing as learning calculus? Does learning how to flag a taxi in a foreign country involve the same cognitive processes as learning a new language? I mean, clearly these are different activities. They involve different regions of our brain, but we talk about them like they're actually the same thing. Think of it if we only had food as a word to describe sustenance. No difference between garlic and chocolate, eggs and watermelon. In the same sense, from a learning perspective, we need tools of precision that allow us as educators, as learners, as designers to meaningfully start to make an argument between the machine and between ourselves. So I'll make one of those statements that'll irritate a good portion of you, and I'll say we are entering a post-learning era. One where we think with and work with machines, where we are co-agents in knowledge work, and our work is no longer the traditional definition of learning, whatever view of learning you follow, whether it's Driscoll's view that it's a change in performance potential based on having undergone some kind of experience, a range of definitions from a psychological lens, or a range of practitioner definitions of learning. I'll argue that these are all categories of activity that can be better done by machines in the near term, and in many cases, when it involves memory, retrieval, and acquisition, are already being better done by artificial cognition. We are entering a space where what we know is less important than how we are connected for ongoing knowledge development, where the attributes of collaboration and individual performance are more critical, where we need to turn our attention to sense-making, meaning-making, and wayfinding as primary knowledge activities for human beings. Now here's my 8 points of logic to support the transition into a post-learning era. One, it's critical, we're all aware, learning as generally defined is a constant innate human activity from before we're born. We cannot not learn. Secondly, historically, humans have created institutions that reflect what is possible with information technologies when they were available, and we use these to make management of complex information easier. The Linnaean taxonomy, encyclopedias, and classification schemes, as well as institutions such as university to codify and transmit that to the next generation. When innovations around information generation and global connectivity started to increase the scope of human knowledge, suddenly even these mechanisms began to feel severely inadequate. In response, we developed Google Data Science Analytics, which provided a new way of structurally interacting with these enormous data sets, but they were starting to get removed from the data at its core, and we started to get an overlap with human cognitive processes as those environments became more sophisticated. As machines outlearn humans and increasingly don't have the challenge of passing information from one generation down to the next, we started to see the entrance of this post-learning era where traditional learning is better performed or exceeded by technology, and existing institutions are not adequate for the task of meaning-making, sense-making, and hope-giving that's required for the subsequent generation. I want to turn now to a final concept. It's a fuzzy one. It's very unsatisfying for me. It's one I've grappled with for a long time. It's this idea of beingness. It's where we need to start thinking of how, as we co-evolve with our society and our technology, new points of tension come into place, and much of what happens in higher education is actually not knowledge-based. We might learn things, but more consequentially, we develop our capability as critical thinkers. We don't so much have the knowledge of a teacher or a doctor or a dentist as we become a teacher or a doctor or a dentist. What is that becoming cycle that's not captured in existing language? In some ways, education is more ontological than it is epistemological. Our advantage, though, over cognitive agents in a future of AI may well not be in the space of learning and knowledge. It may well be in the space of culture. Cecilia Hayes describes this cultural knowledge under the umbrella of cognitive agents. The most sustained and profound aspects of human knowledge are stored culturally. Numerous books and papers recently have turned attention to this wonderful new world where we're going to have greater concept, emphasis on complexity, tolerance, and management of ambiguity. We want to see an understanding of ways that we can become more capable of functioning together with other people. Now, we don't need to accept whether it's the World Economic Forum or a university think tank that produces an outcome. We don't need to accept any of this as forecast future skills. We're in a loop right now where technology creates problems that only more technology can solve. We've been in this loop since the early stages of humanity, but it's destroying our planet, and it's destroying our soul, or at least the hope of our younger generation. It's hard to step out of this environment because it takes pace, time, and effort for thoughtful reflection. And I appreciate many folks on Twitter, such as Kate Bowles and Maha Bali, that advocate for a consideration of the implications that exist of the kinds of ways that we're structuring our society. So we're separated from what matters. We're separated from the chicken that gave its life for our chicken tenders. We don't see people when we hurt them online from a rude and an inappropriate comment. I spent, as I mentioned earlier, the first 6 years of my life in Mexico, just outside of the city of Cuauhtémoc. I had a very direct relationship with the things that sustained me. We had no electricity, no radio, no television, no air conditioning. If it was time to make chicken noodle soup, we would walk over to the chicken coop. You would choose a chicken that I had fed since it was but a wee chick, and you'd kill it. And then you would make soup. There was a dynamic closeness of this type of interaction where there's limited separation and limited mediation between the beingness of my existence and the thing that supports and exists me. Now, this stuff is messy, and it's going to continue to be messy. Principles, concepts, morals, values, these are not things that we like to hear on our campuses because they're controversial, they're political, they border on religious, and they border on spiritual elements. For some, they represent a churchification of higher education. But as we confront who we are becoming through a growing reliance on technology, what kind of world we're leaving for our youth, the existential threat of AI and climate change on the horizon, this is the only road that I can see us walking that will carry our ambitions onto the next generation. Thank you.
We're going to do a short Q&A, so you stay
up here.
So we're going to have a short Q&A, and I'm going to invite Anne Keogh-Keane, Chief University Officer at Enstride, to join George on stage, and Professor Mark Brown from the National Institute for Digital Learning.
I guess this is us. Table. Do you want a mic? I think I have one. Like we get flowers.
And we'll also give members of the audience here a chance to ask questions, which we think is very, very important. So I'm going to ask Anne. George has set out some very, very deep topics to engage with this morning. And to tell you the truth, my head is fuzzy. You said your head was fuzzy, my head was a little bit fuzzy. So Anne, do you want to respond first to George's talk?
I'm delighted to, thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Keene with InStride, and happy to be up here with my colleague, George, who I've known for about 10 or 15 years and have participated in a number of events like this. And thank you, Mark, for having me as well. Wow. Speak up a little bit more? Okay. I don't know where to begin, but what I do love is when you said, I'm going to focus on something that's fuzzy. And so there are several themes, I think, that I would like to respond to. And I think what is through your whole wonderful journey that you took us on this morning, a cognitive journey, was about the connectiveness, right? And so it's almost like Schrodinger's cat, where it's both good and it's bad at the same time. And so, but throughout this is the connectiveness of technology, but yet technology also separates us. And so with that, we have a lot to grapple with, and especially with the changing nature of learning and the institutions of learning, and also with some of the new technologies that are coming. And I had the opportunity the other night to sit across from a young man that's about to graduate from a master's degree in Trinity. Actually, it's probably happening right now. And he is working for Deloitte, and Deloitte put him into the robotics industry, or in sector. And he was telling me how they were teaching robotics agents to do tax returns in like seconds. And I thought, how many accountants are going to be displaced? And so we went on and we had this conversation, and I said, how does that feel? And he said, on one hand, it's very exciting. He said, but what's exciting is that that person gets to go do something else. And I think that's something we've always said with technology. It's not going to replace people. It's going to allow you to do something else. And so there's that connect and disconnect, right? And the discourse there of what does that future have for someone? And so it can be hopeful. It can also not be so hopeful if we know that we're being displaced by technology, but also connected by technology. So those are some of the themes I took away. But I think as educators and leaders, the other 2 points I took away was the fact that we have to really think about the different generations of our learners and how we do connect with them. And it's not always going to be within the traditional walls, and that's what we're all about here today, right? The global world of online learning, and the fact that we have to reach them in new and different ways. And so for one of the ways that we're doing it, and I do it in my everyday job now in connecting with universities and corporations, is we're looking to employers to then say provide learning, not only traditional learning but non-traditional learning, in a way that's going to help people not have so much debt. And so maybe there might be some more hope there if we're not saddling people with debt, but employers are allowing their employees to learn in new and different ways as we displace them with robotics and technology. So I find hope in all of that, and so that focus on fuzziness was really a great exercise to do this morning. Thank you.
Okay, so George, do you want to respond to that?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
He did by his
That's fine. You're allowed. Mark, I wanted to ask you, I think what George said about culture will differentiate, or maybe what differentiates us from AI. What about the culture that AI will create in the future? And this one's for Mark Brown.
For me, the culture that AI will create, well, in some respects, that's quite a deterministic sort of question, in that I think what I took from George is the level of which all this is messy. And I don't see AI creating a culture. It's the messiness of what we've heard, which I'm still trying to get my own head around, that's going to create probably a whole raft of subcultures. Because again, nothing's ever quite that simple. And we already have AI. I've got it sitting in my hand here. And the same instrument of AI that's built into this is used in many different ways by different people. So technology in that sense, context is everything.
Okay, so I'm just going to come down to the floor. So we have Andrea, in Morto dos Santos with us today from the scientific, she is the scientific officer at the European Commission. So I'm going to just give you a chance while you're here to respond to George's talk, but also maybe to give your view on what he said about this lack of hope. You know, I felt very, very sorry for your son, but then I had read Mark Manson's book as well, and he's very much against this notion of hope.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Hello, George. It's nice to see you again. I really liked your talk. I thought it was a call for action, actually. No, it was emotional, very well substantiated, and you were touching upon topics that we need to reflect further. So I made a number of notes here. I just would like to read what, to me, really caught my attention. You said that we are failing, acknowledging the beingness of our learners. We tell them that they cannot succeed without us, institutions. We let them in debt early in life due to high fees. We overassess them. We survey them all the time. We don't trust their identities. We use their data to shape our actions for our advantage quite often. We do not give adult learners what they need to reskill and upskill. We give them what we think they need, since universities' offerings do not follow the quick societal changes. So this all reminded me of an interview I did with you in 2012 at Tunisia in Pretoria, in South Africa, when I asked you what you thought of MOOCs at the time and how people were performing MOOCs in their day-to-day lives in the universities. And you said that your idea when you first made them available in 2008 with Stephen Downes was to experiment with new forms of teaching. As much as people were experimenting with delivering content, MIT at the time, new ways of delivering content, you want to see the teaching aspect, how we could teach differently in a more open and connected way. And then at the time, other players came into action, big platforms doing MOOCs in a different way. And I remember we having this discussion that this was all very much valid, but not necessarily what you were aiming for with experimenting with new teaching and making people connect, So it seems that there is a paradox here because it turned again into all the things that I've just recalled from your talk, surveillance, high fees, etc. And I think it all connects very much with the research that we have of the European Commission. When he asked in 5 countries to institutions why they offered MOOCs, the first answer we had was to increase their visibility. So it was really for marketing purposes, not for teaching, not for recovering the beingness of our learners. So I think that since now there is a new call for action, at least in the European agenda, placing MOOCs as one of the most important, let's say, ways of connecting learners and reskilling and upskilling, I think that perhaps we should rethink of those aspects that you mentioned, And having a strategy, rethink our core values and why we are offering MOOCs and, let's say, open forms of learning and new learning pathways. So thank you very much for your insightful talk.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Does any of the panel want to respond, or do they have any burning questions that they would like to grill George on?
Well, since you threw me a curveball there before, Mairead, I was just going to say in terms of my own response that the 3 things that I'm still grappling with, and I'm sure others in the audience are also, and I should add, you'll see a little bit more after George leaves. The last time George and I sat, we were sitting, were we not? Yeah. This man ended up running rings around me in a criminal outfit, but you'll hear more about that later. The 3 things that really I think still stick is around that where we're going to find hope. And at a certain point in George's talk, I thought, this sounds like it's the pedagogy of the depressed coming here, not the pedagogy of the oppressed. And then very much the second one that stands out for me, I've got no answers, but just hanging in there thinking about what it might mean, is that the real problem is the system. And actually also fits quite nicely with what's going to come later. But I guess the system, that's a bit broad. So if there was a question, there are lots of systems. And which of those systems are the ones we have to, if you like, subvert to get the kind of future we want, our preferred future. So that's my throwback to George.
So I do have a question. How do you comment on lifelong learning? And with everything, the journey you took us through, and connectiveness and technology and new forms of education and dystopia, and but how does this relate to lifelong learning, and how do you see that in the way that we are currently constructed in higher education today, and where you think we need to change to really improve, endorse lifelong learning?
Well, I think especially a group here, the ICDE members and the universities that are represented here, the lifelong learning, or at least the adult learning population, is one of their primary ones. I've been arguing for a number of years, and some of you may have heard me say it before, but we're moving from a 4-year relationship with our students to a 40-year relationship with our students, or possibly even longer. Right now we have, because universities are, in our environment today, first and foremost, economic enterprises. We might not like it, but that's what they are. And so if you look at it and say, well, I can get $20,000 a year in tuition, $80,000 over the course of a bachelor's. Well, now you may end up $2,000 a year or $3,000 a year over 40 or 50 years. So I think there's an economic question that changes there. The reskilling movement is an interesting one because none of these things are inevitable. Like, it's not that we have to use AI. It's not that we have to investigate AI. It's not determined. We could, as a society, decide, you know what? We're done. We're just going to hang out now. Just kind of, enjoy the final days till the climate overheats and we all die. I'm just kidding. So we don't have to pursue it. So I think that's one of the challenging here is there's a lot of assumptions that perhaps there's only one way to go. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I said we're in a loop that we have been in since humanity started, where technology creates problems that only more technology solves, right? We live longer through to medicine. Well, now we have more resources that we tax on the earth. If we only lived to be 30, such as we did a few hundred years ago, we wouldn't quite have our current climate change issue. Somebody discovers penicillin, what a bastard, and now all of a sudden we're living longer. And now we need more resources, and so on. So these are issues that we face. But from a lifelong learning lens specifically, I think, and there's enough papers I've read over the last few years that really value the point of learning for life is actually for your own mental health, not so much for your career. There's so much benefit, so much vitality to exercising your brain. I mean, that's what the brain is supposed to do. It's supposed to acquire and learn and do things. So I see that as a primary output. There's an economic output in the service of the economic enterprise of the university, which is, I would say, the biggest untapped economic market for universities to date.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the floor. Is there anybody in the audience? Hi. I'd like to ask a question of the panel.
Thank you. My name is Tian Bilawati. I'm from Indonesia. And my head is also so spinning right now. So pardon me if I'm a little bit mumbling here. But some 10 years ago, when a keynote speaker in a conference said that when he was asked about quality, and say that the high rate of non-completion in MOOCs make it not, quality education. And he said, which one is better, 100% out of 3 or 30 students in a classroom, or like 5% out of 150,000 students in a MOOC. And then you mentioned in your speech earlier that, most of the people who are now working in the today field, like the data science, they learn it from MOOCs and not from the university. And then you said we are failing, to give hopes to our children, and all the things that it seems that we've been doing nothing, even though we are so busy going here and there. So I'm so very curious, what is your definition of quality now? I mean, are we like, should we just totally forget about the concept at all? Because learning is, you said, it's a useless concept anyway. So, thank you.
It's a good question. I think the issue of quality is one of quality where. Quality of curriculum is one that we often like to think. Do we have good learning resources, good learning material? Is it engaging? And that's an important aspect of quality, admittedly. I think more, though, it's the quality of the ephemeral networks that we create for learners that position them for ongoing engagement and sense-making. I really think if we were to take, again, I don't like the word learning, as I mentioned, 'cause it's just too big, and we need to start splicing it up into discrete, discussable units rather than this huge overarching entity. But let's just say you put learning here, and then on this continuum you put sense-making here, or meaning-making, pick your word. You can have your very own word if you want. We are on that line in different ways at different times in our lives. When we're a 17-year-old student in a university, we're very much in a traditional acquisition and input process of learning. When we are 35 years old and, say, a single mother who is doing a master's degree, then we may be more on this middle of the road between meaning-making and learning-related activities. So I think the question of quality is quality where? And I would say a big emphasis is quality of the structures of ongoing meaning-making that we provide our students as they work through our system.
Okay, I have a lady here to the left of me.
Thank you for your very thought-provoking talk. I want to ask something about cognitive distribution. You've spoken about post-learning, which is very interesting kind of concept. The one I fear is post-thinking. And I'm wondering, I really, as a university professor, a lot of us look around and say, are they thinking at all? You know, I mean, have we even got to the pre-stage before we get to the post? But with the amount of cognitive distribution that we're already engaged in, how are you thinking about thinking?
That's a really solid question that we could mull on for a long period of time. And I think as a society, we are. The idea of the illusion of explanatory depth that I briefly touched on suggests that, you know, there are ways that we encounter something and we have the appearance of knowing, but we really don't. We see that online in political discussions, just as an illustration. We're much more identity and camp-based in many cases, functioning with our own sort of like-minded communities and networks than actual broad engagement around these kinds of concepts. The process of thinking, I think, is related very tightly to the model of hope that we co-develop with this next generation that's entering the university sector. We've felt critical thinking, creative thinking are, you know, amongst the most valuable thinking practices, and I think they still are. But I wonder what the meaning-making part of it is, or the becoming part. Like I said, so much of what I see on my daily social media tour is this is changing, this is changing, this is changing, this is changing. Sometimes there's a little spark that says this is what we're becoming. And I'm interested in the what are we becoming, and is it what we want to become? Because I think in many cases we look back and we're surprised at how we got here in terms of this divisive, sort of vitriolic level of public dialogue. So beyond that, I don't know if I have much of an answer to provide.
Okay, I'm going to take one more question from, okay, I have a question over this side of the room, just so that I'm moving to another side there. Can you just raise your hand? You know, I've pointed you out, so our student ambassador is going to make her way over to you. Did anybody notice anything there for a minute? Did you look around at who raised their hands? I did, because I'm up here, I could see it, but if you, a lot of women. Are the men afraid to ask a question? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Tammy Soames-White. I'm from Aurora College in Yellowknife, the Northwest Territories in Canada. My teaching begins with a class of one philosophy, and what matters is that the student is first, and it's their purpose that's most intentional in my work. I believe we need to construct relationships to uplift each student individually, and a structure which connects each of us to one another. That's my answer. What do you think?
I think it's a good answer. I think it's part of what I would look for as a solution. One of the drawbacks with that as an exclusive approach that I see is that there is a heavy influence of the systems in which we participate to normalize and generate the kinds of behavior. So if I was to say we want a hope-giving, meaning-making university or a hope-giving, meaning-making system of learning, Is it enough that we emphasize students connect to one another and that they connect to their peers and that they connect internationally? I'm not sure. I think there are some structural and systemic aspects that are at play. Students are very bright. They very quickly find out what will get you a grade. And what gets grades is typically tied to how you're accredited. How you're accredited is tied to how your faculty and the performance of your faculty are measured. So in a sense, we create a shadow hope realm that functions within the existing structure of the university, and I find that somewhat incomplete. I think it's the system that also requires interrogation and restructuring.
Okay, Accorda, friends, I will ask you to put your hands together and to give our George Siemens, Mark Brown, and Anthony a big one. I'm going to ask the panel members just to stay on the stage, and I'm just going to do some short housekeeping. Thank you very much for staying with us. It's great to see you here in such numbers. We will have a short break now for refreshments. We'll come back to, and then on to our concurrent sessions. These are the final ones, so those who have been with us all week and they're getting their opportunity, so please do go into our concurrent sessions. Then we come back into this hall for the Great Dublin Debate. This will be a spectacle de spectacle, because we know that Professor Mark Brown is going to be in charge of that debate, so please do come along to that. After that, we will have our awards and our sponsors' prizes, so please come back in, and then we're going to wrap it up. And as always, we're going to have something a little bit special for you now. Gur míle maith agaibh. You can now get some coffee. Hello, can I get our photographers to go into the DCU stand, please, just for some quick photographs. So please, could we have our photographers to go into the DCU stand for some quick photographs? Suzanne Stone, and if Denise is around. Thank you very much.
take all of this hate. It's hard to take all of this hate. Those moving feet, they made us stop. Be careful with me. Be careful with gentle with me. Oh, I should have heard your feet. So it's on. So it's on. I should have heard your knees. So it's on. So it's on. So it's on. We've thrown apart these pieces. We've grown apart these pieces. Songs of our home. Tell me love. Tell me love. You're my favorite, you're my favorite, but we're phasing, but we're phasing. You're my favorite, you're my favorite, but we're phasing, but we're phasing. You're my favorite, you're my favorite, but we're phasing, but we're phasing. You're my favorite, you're my favorite, you're my. Is there something to break apart? Is this just broken apart? Is there nothing to shake this heart? Is this just a break apart from a? Should have heard your feet shake on me. Should have heard your feet shake on me.
get underway in about 2, maybe 3 minutes. We'll just let people wander in. You may want to move a little further forward. It's entirely up to you. In this rather, I think, special session we've got where we're going to hear from the European Commission. I'll explain more, or representatives from the Commission, I'll explain more, but we'll just give ourselves 2 minutes so anyone still straggling in. We've got 75 minutes, I think, in total for this session. Oops, I thought I shut that door. Never mind. Good morning, everyone. To this, I think, really great session, and particularly a session that fits really neatly on the final day. Finding a connection, of course, with George's talk is pretty tough. He's still got my head buzzing. You think, if only I had asked that question of him, and now I had a few thoughts of what I would have asked. But if there's a connection, it's that what we're going to have in this session, coming from representatives from the European Commission and the Digital Education Action Plan, is a group and a team committed for across all of Europe actually putting some of these ideas into practice and what needs to be done. And so it's with great delight I'm going to introduce initially Deirdre Hodgson from the European Commission, and she's going to elaborate on her own background and role. Deirdre's, I guess in some respects, the best person to start off because she's originally is Irish and originally from very close to where we are now. So you'll hear a little bit more about that. We've got quite a lot of time here, so we'll hopefully have good interaction. We've got a couple of speakers to follow. You'll hear more about that. But ultimately, this is now looking to the future. How do we put things and ideas and plans into action? So, Deirdre.
Thanks a million, Mark. Good morning, everybody. My name is Deirdre Hodgson. I work at the European Commission in Brussels. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Commission. It's the executive arm of the European Union, so we're a little bit like the civil service, and we have 40 different departments, and I work in the Department for Education. And it's a real privilege for me to be here today. So I live in Belgium. I go to work in a place called Europe every day when I'm working with the 28 member states of the European Union and with partner countries, but I actually come from just down the road. I actually grew up just a mile from here, so it's really nice to be giving a talk so close to a place which is so meaningful for me. And I'm also really happy to be here because as well as working in policy, I'm also a student. I'm a student with the University of Edinburgh. So I'm doing a degree fully online on digital education with the Faculty of Education in Edinburgh. So I have both the policy hat and a student hat. So a real pleasure to be here. I'm going to be kicking off and then I will be followed by two other speakers. We have Charlotta who will be talking about the recent European Education Hackathon that we ran in partnership with her organization, which is the University of Aalto in Finland. And then my colleague Andrea, who comes from our research center, the Joint Research Center, will be talking a bit about some of the research that we're doing around digital education. So just to kick off, I mean, the EU, it's a large, complex experiment in sharing sovereignty. And in some policy areas, we have a lot of sharing of sovereignty. So for example, agriculture and fisheries, the member states choose to give a lot of that legislative power to share it together. So we have a lot of laws and regulations, for example. And then we have policy areas like trade, which are mixed. And some of the sovereignty stays with the member countries and some is shared. And then we have softer policy areas of cooperation like education policy. So we don't actually have any power to make rules or laws when it comes to education. We also have an article in the treaty, which is the rule book that the heads of government and state agree together. We have an article there which says that the European Union has no powers whatsoever over curricula and shouldn't go anywhere near how education systems are organized. So we have an interesting role here. We have something called the open method of coordination, which is where we come together to share experiences. We have common benchmarks and targets. The education ministers are meeting in Brussels this week, so they come together 3-4 times a year. So just to say, it's not a legislative area per se, but there's a tremendous appetite to share experiences. And I think that's because however your education system is run, because of this rapidly changing society of ours, a lot of the problems that are faced are common across all our education systems. So a huge appetite to share. In our own space on digital education, we have a very active working group on digital education, which brings together all of our departments, our ministries of education, and also research. We bring together NGOs, and we're looking at various topics in or around this vast topic of digital education. So we also have, as well as this policy coordination, a funding program. I think have you all heard of the Erasmus funding program? So it's best known for its student exchange and staff mobility, but there's a lot more to Erasmus than that. We also have many, many projects that we're funding on innovative education, also in digital education as well. So funding of projects, funding of staff exchanges, mobility too. And then we also do a lot of research as well to help understanding in this space. I've just showed some of our recent reports there. Andrea was involved in the blockchain in education report. So we help, I suppose, fill the knowledge gap, and we help provide data in this space as well, which can help member states in their own policy making. And then in digital education in particular, we have a number of competence frameworks. So that's really where there's a common language and a shared vision. You know, when we say things like digital skills are important, what really do we mean by that? So we've really unpacked the term digital skills, what we mean for digital skills and lifelong learning for all our citizens, whatever their age, whatever phase of education they're in. We've also done the same for educators, so when we say digital competence of our teachers, of our lecturers, what is it that we mean? And Andrea, in her presentation, will talk a bit about this. And then we also did a framework that we published in December 2015 on educational organizations. So how can our colleges, our universities, our schools be increasingly fit and competent for the digital age? And from that, we built a self-assessment tool, a self-reflection tool called Selfie for schools. It's a project which is very dear to my heart because I've been project managing Selfie from my own department, working in cooperation with Andrea's department. And we had a conference on Selfie. So Selfie is a tool on digital age learning, and it's for schools. And we had a first conference on this topic in Madrid in April. And this is Maeve. I just wanted to introduce you to Maeve. She was our keynote speaker. She opened the conference of around 200 people. And Maeve is from the west of Ireland, so a few hours from here. She's from a small town called Kinvara. And she gave a testimony, so it was nice to start with the student voice on how technology has changed her own learning experience in this tiny village. Her village was very known for boat making, and she was saying in the past, to link with different communities, local people built boats, and that's how they connected. But she said with technology in her school, she was able to break down the walls of the classroom and connect with this great knowledge which was open and available to her classmates. She said it wasn't a school with many resources, but the resources they had, they used in a very meaningful way. So the world is changing for Maeve and her classmates. The world is changing for these students that joined us from local schools in Madrid at that event to also share their views on technology use. So I suppose as policymakers, we're holding that question on how we can prepare the learners today for life in an age of rapid digital change, and how can we be ensured that all of this digital change and transformation is not just for the privileged few, but is inclusive, and allowing those opportunities be open to all members of our society. So technologies in education, this is a topic you've been discussing. From a policy point of view, of course, we're concerned about the low levels of digital skills right now in Europe, and we know the digital skills are becoming increasingly important, whatever sector of the economy that you're working in. We have an immediate problem that we're not filling jobs in the ICT sector as well. We've had a fall in ICT and STEM graduates in Europe, so they're immediate problems for us. And of course, AI, again, a topic I'm sure you've been discussing over the last few days, is a game changer as well. And this is a report we published recently with our research department about the changing nature of work and the impact that AI will have on redefining labour market and jobs. And of course, with the expansion of AI, it also means that the non-cognitive skills become important as well. So the context of learning is very much changing, and we need to focus very much on those very human skills that can't be automated. So yeah, the policy question really is, how can technology support learning in our digital age, and how can technology be used to learn in new and different ways? I'm sure you're familiar with the SAMR model as well, that it's not just about substitution, it's about how we can redefine learning really. We don't just want to digitize things and have digital for the sake of digital, but what are the affordances of digital, and how can digital help innovate our systems and open us up to new methods and means of learning? And of course, an important area for our work as well is about equipping students and teachers with the digital skills that they need. So that's a little bit the policy context in which we're operating. And in January 2018, we adopted as the Commission a Digital Education Action Plan with 3 priority areas: making better use of tech for teaching and learning, developing those skills and competences needed by our learners and our educators, and supporting improvements in education systems with research, analysis, and data. So there are our 3 priority areas, and we have 11 actions under that I'm going to run through briefly now. One of those actions being the hackathon that Charlotte will deep dive on in a moment. So this was an action plan which we drafted together with about 6 different departments in the Commission. I think that's really important as well, because digital cuts across many areas of our organisation. It plays out the same in countries too. So we were working with our employment department, with our research department, with enterprise and industry as well. And that's interesting because when you look at digital education, it's a complex term, and it can be like the blindfolded man and the elephant, and what do you mean by digital education is maybe not the same as what I mean. But as an exercise in a large organisation, that was very interesting to have us all sitting down and working together as well. Because the labour market aspects are important, but as you know from your own conversations, this is also about society, it's about democracy, it's about the safe use of digital technologies, it's about digital well-being, it's about the critical use of technology as well. So this is far more than just an issue related to labour market. So the first priority in terms of leveraging the potential of tech for teaching and learning, many policy challenges there. I've just flagged up a few. We still have an issue about reliable broadband connections in our schools, in particular in Europe. Around 18% of schools are lacking reliable broadband coverage, but that's the general, that's the European average, but within that we have huge gaps between countries and also within countries as well, and it's a particular problem in our rural areas. And then I suppose I think the language around digital technology integration is maturing as well. I think at the start, those early digital education strategies were very IT-led and very IT-driven. And now there's a growing realization that in order to embed technologies in a meaningful way, you need to work holistically across the whole organization. And that means you focus on infrastructure, yes, but you also look at your teacher professional development as well. You look at the area of assessment, you look at skills, and leadership being a really important piece there. So yeah, we've put money towards improving connectivity in schools by way of vouchers to support Wi-Fi internet access in schools across Europe. We have Selfie, the project I've been leading on, which is the self-reflection tool to help schools self-reflect on how they're embedding technologies across those different areas I mentioned. So it takes between 20 and 30 minutes for a school to complete Selfie. There's questions for the students, questions for the school leaders, and questions for the teaching staff as well. And Selfie can be a great way of kickstarting a conversation on the why around technology use. What is it that we're trying to achieve with technology use? We launched Selfie a year ago, and we've had 500,000 teachers, students, and school leaders use it up to now, and it's in 31 language editions, with more coming soon. And that's a free online tool. Any school, anywhere in the world, in fact, can sign up to use Selfie, and I'm happy to take any questions about that later on. We're also working on digitally signed qualifications as well. That's been led by our employment department, and that's to move from our paper certifications of our learning towards digitally signed qualifications, which of course can help with transparency and mobility as well. So we have 11 countries signed up to pilot the action there on digitally signed qualifications. In terms of our second priority around skills, many policy challenges there. Some of them I've referred to already. The fact that we know that there's a growing demand for digital skills. We have an immediate short-term gap of ICT specialists, and this gap will grow as well unless we improve the talent pipeline of our ICT specialists. And then, of course, the gender gap in the tech sector is particularly of concern to us as well. So in terms of the actions under this priority area, we're building a higher education hub, working with my colleagues in the higher education team, and this will be a website to share experiences and best practice in online learning, so a topic very much at the heart of the conversations you've been having here. We also have an action on open science skills, and Andrea will be talking a little bit in a moment about open education framework that we have. We also do a lot around awareness raising. Some of you might be familiar with EU Code Week, which finished just there a couple of weeks back. And Code Week is a way of introducing people to coding in a fun and exciting way, a little bit about looking under the hood of how technology works. And not that we want everybody to be coders, but I think it's good to understand in a critical way, what is it that makes an algorithm work? Or how can I create something with the technology I have? So not just use it for leisure and for consumption, but actually be a digital creator. So Code Week happens all around the place. It happens in schools, it happens in libraries, it happens in universities. And as the Commission, we sponsored the initiative, but the excitement and all the engagement really happens by itself with the grassroots organizations that we work with. We do a lot around safer internet as well. We've run a campaign on cybersecurity in education, and we have a network on safer internet too. And we're running a series of training courses around digital and entrepreneurial skills for our girls and our female students. In terms of data and foresight, a number of policy challenges there. It's how we can really exploit data for educational purposes, and that brings a whole load, of course, of ethical issues around that data usage as well. So we've been piloting a number of studies looking at the survey of our schools in Europe and how ICT is being used at the moment, looking there also at the infrastructure issues. We've been working alongside the OECD for PISA 2021, where we'll actually assess computational thinking for the first time, and we've been working to update the optional questionnaire in PISA on technology use as well. And we have a number of AI and learning analytics pilot actions that we're running too. On strategic foresight, again, we have research we've published most recently on makerspaces, so the maker movement being something that's growing increasingly in education, both in non-formal and formal education, so this idea of hands-on digital creativity. So a report looking at the maker movement across Europe. We've recently issued a report on AI in education and one on assessment. And in a moment, Charlotte will talk about the hackathon that we ran recently, where Mark played a very active role as well. So looking ahead, I mean, you probably know, or many of you will know, that we're about to change political leadership at the European Union. We've had European Parliament elections. We have a new president who will arrive, Ursula von der Leyen. And in her first speech to Parliament, she mentioned digital literacy and digital skills as a priority area as well. So we'll actually be reviewing and updating the action plan, which runs over a 2-year time frame. So we will be updating this over the course of the next year. And we have a new commissioner who's arriving as well, Maria Gabriel from Bulgaria. And interestingly, she's been the commissioner for digital economy and society, so she's very au fait with our area and very comfortable with the whole area of digital education. And she will move to be the commissioner for innovation, youth. And one of the departments she has under her responsibility is my own department, education, and Andrea's research. So digital skills is a very important area for her. And so we know that we're going to be increasingly active in this space. So we're going to have the discussion round at the end, but it will be really interesting for me to hear from you what you think are the main challenges. And as we as policymakers go to review our action plan which is modest in scope. It runs over a 2-year time frame, but we've been given a mandate now to do something even more ambitious. So it would be great for me to hear from you what you feel the challenges should be around digital education and digital learning. So that's it from me. I'm going to hand over now to Charlotte, who's going to talk a bit about our hackathon, which we ran recently with our main stage event in Finland. Thank you, and I look forward to the chat with you later on.
Thank you, Deirdre. I'm happy to be here with all of you. So my name is Charlotta Järv, and I'm in charge of the communications and marketing activities for DigiEduHack. And I would be interested in knowing how many of you have heard about DigiEduHack? Okay, a few. And how many have participated or organized a DigiEduHack? Okay, we even have some people who have participated or organized a DigiEduHack. An organizer over there. Okay, very good. Okay, I'm going to show a video of that soon. So, however, let's see. Let's go on to have a look at the agenda, what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'm going to tell you about DigiEduHack in general, what it is and how does DigiEduHack work. Then I'm going to tell you about the first edition of DigiEduHack that happened in the beginning of October this year. I'm going to give you some facts and figures on that, and also tell you a little bit about the impact. Then I'm going to present to you the 10 DigiEduHack finalist solutions that are now competing in the DigiEduHack Global Award Contest. And then I'm going to tell you how you can join DigiEduHack in 2020. And then in the end, as Deirdre already said, we're going to have time for some questions. So I want to start with showing you a really short intro video on DigiEduHack to just give you a short impression of what DigiEduHack is all about.
90% of future jobs will require digital competency. Still, almost half of Europeans lack basic digital skills. For 24 hours, we will break continental barriers by connecting more than 50 organizations worldwide. 2,500 students, educators, researchers, and innovators will work around the globe to come up with groundbreaking and fresh innovations in digital learning. We want to know, what does the future of learning look like? Will students wear virtual reality headsets? Will teachers use big data to support learning? We will dig deep to shape the very core of education, shaping next generation learning and making digital tools and skills available to all. This is history in the making. This is DigiEduHack. Join us as a host or participant to make your mark.
Yes, so what is DigiEduHack? If we start up here, or actually I want to start in the second box there. As Deirdre already mentioned, DigiEduHack was launched by the EU Commission as part of the Digital Education Action Plan that Deirdre was just talking about here. And we're collaborating with the EU Commission. They are our main partner in making DigiEduHack happen. And our other main partner is EIT Climate Kick. Maybe EIT Climate Kick is familiar to some of you. They have organized a climathon, a hackathon focusing on climate change for a couple of years now already. And that's why they actually came into the project as the other main partner for us. And me, myself, I'm representing Aalto University, a forerunner in digital education in Finland, and that's also from where we are coordinating DigiEduHack on a global scale, collaborating with all our local host organizations across the globe. Then let's move on to the mission for DigiEduHack. The mission, of course, comes from the EU Commission, because the main idea is to collect intelligence on key trends arising from digital transformation, and also to give a voice to all the stakeholders out there in Europe, but also across the globe, and listen to them. What are the biggest challenges that we are facing right now within the field of digital learning and education? The goals for DG EduHack is to identify key challenges for education in the digital age and to co-create innovative solutions. Our core values is to be empowering, inspiring, inclusive, and sustainable. And today, of course, sustainability it's super important. And for the sustainable development, I think developing digital skills and competencies, I think that's really a very valid part to take into consideration. Then a big part of DG EduHack in the future will be to build a community, a Europe-wide and global community that will be focusing on together envisioning the future of digital education. But that is something that we are still working on, setting up the collaboration around this kind of community, because we want the platform to be very dynamic and fill it up with interesting content. So that's something that's probably going to happen next year if we get to continue on with this beautiful project. So how does DG EduHack work? Well, to start with, I want to say that DG EduHack wouldn't happen without all the host organizations that we have been recruiting all across the globe. Because let's say their mission is to set the challenge for their own hackathon events, for their own DG EduHack events that they are organizing. So that is like the first step, of course, to find the host organizations, but of course to set a challenge, find the challenge. What is the challenge that your organization is facing? The biggest challenge in digital learning and education. So that was actually what we asked the host organizations to do, to try to really think of a real challenge that they want to find a solution to. The next step is then to plan the DG EduHack event. And luckily, that's fairly easy because we have created this kind of very large event planning guide that goes through all the stages of how to set up your own DG EduHack event, which makes it quite simple actually in the end. So it doesn't have to be anything huge or take a lot of effort and time. Of course, I have to mention at this point, our local DG EduHacks, they were really different in the way that some had only like 10 participants, but some had almost 200 participants. So it's just a question of what do you aim for? Do you aim for making a huge impact, or do you just aim for maybe having a small event where you are really trying to find a solution to your specific challenge, local challenge? We also offer a lot of marketing and communication support. So we want to make it as easy as possible for hosts to sign up, to be able to create a great event, and also to promote their events to potential participants. So who are these host organizations that I am talking about? That's probably a big question for all of you. Could your organization be a host organization for DG EduHack? And I think yes, because you are all here today and you are all interested in digital learning, digital education, and that means that your organization is probably interested in it too. So actually you can challenge your own organization to set up a DG EduHack event in the next year in 2020. We have been collaborating so far with many universities across the globe, but also associations and NGOs and, for example, companies. This year we collaborated with IBM in Italy, and they were really happy with the outcome of their event, so that's working as well. Then, what else do we have here? So when you have planned your event, you have promoted your event to your participants, or your potential participants. Of course, you have to decide who do you want to bring in to solve your challenges. And that is when the promotion towards potential participants starts, and you invite the people that are important to your organizations. For example, a university can invite their students, their teachers, but a company can, for example, invite their employees or their stakeholders. And they will then, during 24 hours, they will try to find a solution to your specific challenge. And then, of course, in the end, select the best. Select a winner in your challenge that will actually represent your local event in the global, let's say the Didier de Hack Global Award Contest, where the Didier de Hack Steering Group, together with the EU Commission, they evaluate all the solutions, winning solutions coming from all the organizations, and then they pick out the best. But I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that very soon. So, let's move on to this year's edition of Didier de Hack. That was actually the history's first Didier de Hack as well. So it was happening in all of these, oops, not yet. We weren't ready for you yet. So you can see that we had Didier de Hack events happening in so many places across the globe. For example, in Canada, Mexico, Kenya, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Israel, Turkey, Russia, and all across Europe. And actually, we had 21 countries involved, but we had 33 local Didier de Hack events happening simultaneously, because some of the countries, they actually decided to organize several Didier de Hacks. For example, in Italy, we had 5, and here in Ireland, we had 2. I'm going to tell you more about those very soon. All in all, we had 1,700 participants across the globe. 60 challenges were solved with 130 solutions. And then we had 33 local winners that were evaluated by the Didier de Hack Steering Group and the EU Commission. And they chose then 10 finalists that are now being evaluated by you, by everyone, because we have actually opened up the voting for choosing the final 3 winners for the Didier de Hack Global Award. So everyone can vote, but I'm going to get back to that soon as well. So what will the winners get? That's probably an interesting question as well to answer. So the winners, the 3 teams that win, they will get 5,000 euros to get started with implementing their solution, hopefully, and also they will become Europe's digital education ambassadors, which is quite a nice title to have. So here we see some of the local winners from the main event in Helsinki. And now let's have a look at the video from the main event so that you can see a little bit of the ambiences and experience, how it was to actually take part of Didier de Hack in Finland.
The energy at the DG EduHack here at the main event is absolutely fantastic.
We really feel like we're part of something big and connected.
To be honest, today when we arrived, we were really surprised because the location was amazing, the speeches were amazing.
We've got all this great crowd here, but we've also got so many people online, and so I've been tweeting and trying to follow the Twitter stream.
It's very exciting, but we're very tired because we've been basically working all night, so we're excited but tired.
We are trying to integrate 3D learning, utilizing like mixed reality, augmented reality into education.
A lot of people have the interest and the curiosity to learn new skills, especially later in their career, but they don't have the community and the confidence to make that kind of change. Even though all the resources are out there, it's kind of overwhelming to find them and to feel motivated to pursue them. So we're trying to create a platform where people can form local groups, communities.
Digital transformation is impacting all the level of society, and there are a lot of societal challenges to be answered with solutions.
And here are some photos from the main event at Aalto University, where also that video was filmed. As you can see, we have some mentors and judges and lots of participants, and also we had lots of really great speakers. And as I also already said, DigiEduHack happened all across the world, and in Ireland you had 2 events, one of them in Belfast, from where this photo is, and then here in Dublin at Trinity College. So here are some photos from that event. So DigiEduHack didn't only happen locally in all of these different locations, but it also happened in social media. Our aim was to create a lot of buzz in social media, and so we did. And what I was especially happy about was that we trended on Twitter next to Trump meltdown. So this is like a personal victory for me. So that's something that we're gonna, if we get to organize DigiEduHack again, that's something that we're gonna focus even more on to really, I was almost about to say blow up social media with content of, around DigiEduHack. Here you can also see some photos, the most retweeted, the most commented, the most liked, most favorited posts during the 24 hours that DigiEduHack happened. And then, of course, the big moment, the 10 finalist solutions. So, yep, they're here presented in random order. As I already said, that's where we are right now. We're actually in the stage of public voting, which is happening online. I'm soon going to tell you a little bit more about that. So everyone can actually vote for these solutions. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about some of them today because we don't have much time, but you can actually access all of these finalist solutions on our website, digieduhack.com, and there you can actually access all the challenges as well and all the 130 solutions coming from different corners of the globe. So, for example, if you feel that maybe some of the solutions could be of use for your organization, so then maybe you could find some interesting ideas there. But as you can see, we have finalists coming from very many different locations. For example, Italy, UK, Netherlands, Finland, Denmark, Spain, Romania, and Mexico. For example, this specific finalist here, Scientific Escape Room, coming from Valenzano in Italy. That's a virtual tool that they created that will provide students with an immersive learning experience, and they will have like different avatars that will interact with scientific objects to allow the invisible world to become visible. And then we have this one, for example, Interportal Connecting Researchers. So the idea around that is to connect researchers around, or actually in their university, at the University of Edinburgh, connecting researchers with similar research interests. And then we have this one, Teacher's Toolbox, coming from the Netherlands. And they have created an online platform that will give the teacher the opportunity to create their own education games that they can use in their own classes. And they can also share them with peers through this online platform. And then Booklistics, coming actually from the main event, this group, Booklistics, your reading mentor. They were solving the challenge of how to make kids read again. And they created an application that helps turning distracted reading into a gamified experience, actually, where actually reading becomes something interesting and exciting through games. And also the teacher can analyze how the students are coping as well through this application. And yes, you can vote for the best solution. We already have 2,500 votes. We are collaborating with Unite Ideas, with United Nations around the public voting. So we are using the Unite Ideas platform for the voting. I was actually supposed to show you online how you can go and vote, because of course I would like you to go and cast your vote as soon as possible. The voting will go on until the 23rd of November. But I'm just going to tell you to go to dgeduhack.com, where you click on the button Vote for the Best Solution. Then you, at the Unite Ideas platform, you have to create an account, and then you're all ready to vote. And then you can just choose your favorite and click on Vote Now, and afterwards it should say I voted, and then you can be sure that your vote has been cast. So, as I have mentioned a few times already today, we are very keen on getting to organize DigiEduHack again, and of course we would love to see you as maybe hosts or participants, or maybe challenging your own organization to host the DigiEduHack. So we are just waiting to get the confirmation from the EU Commission that we will be able to organize the DigiEduHack again, but we are hoping, and I think it's going to happen. I have a strong feeling about that. So if you want to join, we're going to be opening the event registration in February, and then in May, the participant registration will open, and then the DigiEduHack will happen, most probably in November next year. But if you want to keep updated with everything that I just said, and you know how things are evolving, if you want to sign up as a host or participant, please go to our website, dgeduhack.com, and sign up for our newsletter. And there you will get all the information needed whenever it's time. And also do follow us on all our social media channels, and please reach out if you have questions or whatever, and I'm going to be here as well later on to answer whatever questions might come up. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Good morning, everyone, once more. I wonder whether I could use the other mobile mic. I'm just going to check. Yes, I think it's a little better. Okay, so now we are moving on with the research work. My colleague Deidre first introduced the policy side of the Commission in terms of the agenda, the political agenda for education and all the actions. No? Then we had the hackathon as an example from Charlotte. And now I'm going to talk about the research we do and also the tools we develop for education at the European Commission's Joint Research Center. I'm Andrea Namorato. I'm a researcher, a scientific officer at the Commission. I've been working with online learning and open education since 2006, and at this department since 2013, so about 6 years now. And just to explain a little bit who we are not an agency, we are an arm of the Commission, and we do research. So our work is not to make policies, but rather to come up with the evidence that will help policymakers and will hopefully help member states to come up with actions. No, as Deidre mentioned, in Europe, education is really up to the member states to decide their own policies, but we try and offer some tools, some research, some evidence that we build in collaboration with our stakeholders, both DG Education and Culture themselves, but also ministries of education and other stakeholders, experts, for example, we always bring them together. So everything I'm going to show you today is actually a collective construction. So we are a research institute spread all over Europe. We are based, the Joint Research Center in Seville, where I work, is based in the south of Spain. And in there, we deal with the socioeconomic research for the Commission, for the various departments of the European Commission. We have research on climate, on the digital single market, in transport, agriculture, and we also deal with the research related to education. And our main partners are DG Education and Culture, where Deidre comes from, and also DG Employment. Also mentioned before, there are a new political agenda for education where Maria Gabriel, our new commissioner for education, for youth and innovation, she has been mentioning about the lack of digital skills of our population, no? Where 43% of the population has low levels of digital education, 70% are lacking digital skills. So our research very much focuses on how we could perhaps help citizens to increase their level of digital competence, digital skills, starting with the teachers, yeah, and empowering learners. So moving on, I'm going to show you today specifically 2 frameworks. I'd like to mention that I've already made these slides available. I know the conference will make them available towards the end, probably in the conference website. But in case you want to check them, because I have put many links to reports and to the tools that I will show, they are already available online, okay? Both on my LinkedIn account and my SlideShare account. It's just type my name and you'll find them, should you wish. So we have developed since 2016 a couple of frameworks that we hope will benefit teachers and the students and the citizens in general. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Digital Competence Framework for Educators, which is also accompanied by an online tool, which we call Checking Tool. This tool was launched online in the beginning of last year. It was a test tool available that is now under revision. And I'm going to show you a little bit more of what we are doing with this tool and what it does for educators in general. This tool has been developed not only for higher education, but it cuts across all education sectors. I'm going to show you in a second. And the second one is the Open Education Framework, which Deidre showed a snapshot very briefly of the 10 dimensions of open education. But I think it's important to show how digital competence and open education relate to one another. So this is what we are trying to do. Okay, so here we have the GCompeDo framework. So as I mentioned, we do research, and all the research we do is published, so it's publicly available. Anyone can download these reports. They're available online. In these reports, what we show is the theoretical side of our research. No? So in this report, you will find the whole theoretical background of this digital competence framework, and also the dimensions that it covers. It's for all education sectors, and it has 6 competences and 6 proficiency levels. So here's our main page at the EU Science Hub. If you follow this link, you will find the checking tool. So what is this tool? This is a self-reflection tool. Anyone can use. It's open not only for Europe, but also for any individual to start with, or any institution that would like to use it can use it. Once you go in there, you just have a first page where you sign up for it, and then you're going to have questions. Questions in 6 areas of competence, and when you complete those questions, towards the end of it, you receive a report. It's a report of your own perceptions of your level of digital competence. So it's an online tool with questions. 22 questions for reflection in 6 areas. And in this report, what we do is we follow these language levels. I think everybody is very familiar with the levels for language learning. You can be a A2, let's say, student in French, no? Or a B2 in English, for example, or a C2 in Irish, I don't know. There are many different ways of measuring languages, and what we try to do is to create a rubric for digital competence that would somehow meter the language levels. So when you follow the questions in the checking tool, at the end, you're going to have a report that will indicate to you, in all the 6 areas of competence, approximately your perceived level, okay? So you could be, for example, let's go back to the 6 areas. So here we have professional engagement, digital resources, teaching and learning, assessment, empowering learners, and facilitating learners' digital competence. You would have, let's say, a perceived level for each of those 6 areas, because one may be very good at professional engagement, working in collaboration with others, networked learning, so on and so forth, but perhaps lacking new skills in assessment, for example. So you can be a B2 or C1 in professional engagement and A2 in assessment because your assessment is very traditional, for example. So we try and show these differences, and what's the goal? The goal is twofold. First is to help the individual, yeah? Is to make the individual teacher think about their competences, and then possibly, if they wish to, look for their own professional development activities via MOOCs, via talking to colleagues, asking for help, for example, no? And also bringing them back to the framework, because the framework also covers these 6 areas of explanations, of examples. So once you get this report, you also have suggestions on how to move, on how to level up. Now, what you could do if you are a C1, for example, what you could do to become a C2. If you are an A2, what you could do to become a B1, so on and so forth. So, twofold why? Because it relates to the individual learner, but it sometimes has been used by institutions themselves, because when they ask their teachers to take this survey and they ask us for the data, and they look at the data, anonymous data, obviously, overall of their teachers, they know what sorts of actions they could put in place for professional development, no? So they know if they should focus, for example, on teaching learning practices and pedagogies, or whether they should focus on how data is treated, if teachers are are dealing with data protection, for example, accordingly or not. So it's an indicator. What I always like to say about this framework is that it's not assessing knowledge. It's not a framework that assesses knowledge, how well you know how to use technology A or B. No, it's a framework that shows you your own perceptions about your digital competence. No, so we sometimes may, for example, tend to think that we know more than we actually do, or that we know less than we actually do. So it's a framework that gives you your own perceptions, okay? And it works as an indicator of the actions that could be taken afterwards. So again, going back to this slide, these are just some examples of the areas that we cover in there. About organizational communication, we are not focusing only on the technology per se, but everything else that involves the technology, the pedagogical aspects, creating resources, sharing resources, protecting students' data. Accessibility, for example, is also treated in empowering learners. Facilitating learners' digital competence, problem solving, collaboration is very much, is also focused on the framework. So I invite everyone who is interested to take a look in that report that I've just showed if you want to know more about the theoretical background of this framework and this tool. Now, we are right now revising the tool because we were testing it out. We are revising the tool, and we expect to launch the new tool in this European spring next year. The tool and the questions of the framework are being revised right now. We have an experiment, a pilot with Spanish universities that I'll tell you in a second. So we ran a first test at the beginning of this year, just asking our collaborators to participate and to disseminate this tool. And you'll see, obviously, that you have most participation from the Spanish universities because also of this pilot that we are running with them. But what it shows to us is that in average, from those countries, or let's say, here we had Portugal, we had Germany. So we see that most of the teachers that took the survey could be placed around the B level of digital competence, right? But this is something that we'd like to know more and understand what it actually means. What I wanted to say, and I think I've already mentioned, is that this tool is open to everyone as an individual or as an institution, and not only to Europe. Anyone outside Europe can use it. Our goal is to build a database that we can analyze this data over time, apart from providing this tool for individual users. And if any institution wants to have their own data to perform their own analysis by making a formal request to us, we can provide this data, okay? So it's a give and take. We can provide this anonymous aggregated data for yourself, for your institution, your ministry, to run your own analysis if you wish to. In summary, so far we had more than 10,000 educators taking this survey. From different education sectors. We are analyzing the data now. As I said, the questionnaire is being revised. A new tool will be launched next year. And the pilot that I mentioned with the Spanish universities is ongoing now. They are helping us revise the questions of the questionnaire. We'll probably embed some of the questions of the OpenEdu framework also, that I'll show you in a second. And it involves a pilot with all Spanish universities, with the help of the Conference of Rectors of Spanish Universities called CRUE. We are gathering, I think that this association gathers at least 99% of Spanish universities. So it's going to be a big pilot, which we are running now. And this is going to be published next year. So after this pilot, then we'll be able to have a final revision of the questions, make sure the tool is robust enough to be launched in an European way, and it to be launched for everyone to use. Meanwhile, everyone is welcome to use the existing tool that is available in the link that I showed you, but please bear in mind that it's a test tool, okay? Okay, I'll just go back for a second. Okay, what I'm going to show you now, I'm going to move on to the next framework, which is the OpenEdu one. And I'm going to show you a video that we recorded in a big event last year, which is positioning a little bit open education. And then I think we can try and make the link of digital competence and open education in terms of digital skills. Here we go.
Open education, what does it mean? It's a broad concept, multidisciplinary, many ways, many dimensions to change learning and education in our way, in our future for the society. We need new ways to opening up education, and quality is key for it.
Open education for me is about inclusiveness. And I think the open movement should be more inclusive to other sectors than just higher education.
We're entering a period of time when people are going to need to change jobs very rapidly and reskill on a constant basis. And so open educational resources offer them the opportunity to access the information they need.
So right now what I'm just really excited about and what I've heard just continuously is the conversations that are happening around pedagogy and how we can use open pedagogy and open practice to really improve student learning around the world. And I feel like we're at an inflection point with this movement, and we're on the cusp of really making what we have all been working so hard to happen. And so for me, it's just incredibly exciting, and it's incredibly exciting to be part of this community.
We are also developing a special interest group in open educational practices. And with the work in group, we can then advocate strongly open educational practices in Australia.
In fields including technology, medicine, and other areas, knowledge is developing so rapidly that people can't possibly keep up with the current state of knowledge development. And so having access to open educational resources allows them to access just-in-time information.
I just would like to thank the European Commission about the work they are doing in developing policies for open educational practices in Europe, because that work is informing my work in developing policies for higher education in Australia.
Okay, so moving to the Open Education Agenda, our new commissioner, Maria Gabriel, also said, she also put emphasis on massive open online courses as a way to help the European workforce to reskill and upskill. So I think it links well with the keynote that we had this morning, that we should perhaps rethink how we are doing MOOCs, or if they are not massive, the free and open online courses to help, for the benefit not only of our institutions and to gather more students, but also for the benefit of Europeans in general, of learners that are formally registered and non-formally registered at the institutions. And here's the role of open education. In our framework developed in 2016 initially, we tried and describe what open education is because it's highly debatable. Everyone has a different understanding of what open education means and what it's for. It focuses on higher education initially, but it can be adapted to other school sectors easily. And it presents 10 dimensions for actions. So here are the 10 dimensions of the framework, in which we have 6 core dimensions, 4 transversal dimensions, and one important aspect is that they are all working together with one another. No? So if you ask me, Andrea, where are MOOCs? MOOCs can be in content, in the content dimension, but also in technology. Also, it has to do with strategy. It also has to do with quality, because we need quality content, so on and so forth. Where are OERs? OERs have to do with pedagogy, with content, with leadership. So I think what we wanted to do is to go beyond MOOCs and OERs as the main description of open education, to really create an ecosystem where, by having any strategy, an institution could really push forward this concept of openness into different levels of their educational structure. So it's about creating opportunities for all learners. It's about also bridging, whenever possible, non-formal learning with formal learning. So, for example, by having a collection of micro-credentials, perhaps one could have a formal credential, no? If we manage to work with recognition of prior learning appropriately, this could happen. We need perhaps frameworks for that to happen, but we are working on that. Open education goes beyond MOOCs and open educational resources. It requires a mindset change, a differentiation on practices. It has to do with the individual and the institution, therefore it requires both bottom-up and top-down approaches. So here's where you can find the theoretical background and the original framework that we published. I just put on the other side, a recently published summary of this framework, which we published in Spanish. Should anybody prefer to read in Spanish, it's also available as a summary. And now, what we published this year, which I'd like to point out, is a practical guidelines of open education for academics. Because when we first developed the framework, we were thinking of institutions. Now, what an institution can do to be an open institution. How can they create a strategy? And now we were thinking that we should perhaps focus a bit more on the individual academic, the lecturer. How can they be open? What sorts of things they can do in each of those 10 dimensions that I showed before to become an open educator. And in this report, we show dimension per dimension, not only the benefits of open education and of being an open academic, but also the challenges, which is important to mention. No, it's not that easy to be a change maker. So there we focus on the challenges as well. In 4 levels, we talk about the challenges for the academics themselves, the challenges for the learners, the challenges for the institutions, and for the society as a whole. And on the other side of that you can see over there, we also have statements for reflection, which follows very much the G. Pompidou style of self-reflection and self-assessment. No? So one can read through those questions and try and think of their own practice and how they are being open, or how they could be more open perhaps. And these are the questions that we'll somehow, some of them, try and embed in the G. Pompidou framework, because somehow being digitally competent and being an open educator are interrelated, no? Because to be an open educator, you need to understand a little bit more of digital technologies and perhaps have this mindset, more open mindset. Another example, the access dimension, which deals also with accessibility and other aspects of recognition. And just I'm coming to an end, Deirdre has already showed you, we've also worked with blockchain in education. This relates directly to the recognition dimension, you know, and the new movement of micro-credentials. Here we have examples of case studies, not only from Europe, but also from the US, that in case you're not familiar with blockchain, you can have a look at and try and understand better. Even this relationship between micro-credentials, digital credentials, open education, individual learning pathways, so on and so forth. Everything is discussed in a more, let's say, practical way, because we wanted to create a report that is not for technicians. We wanted to demystify blockchain a little bit for the educators. And also, 2 weeks ago, we published a new report at the JRC, which is Blockchain Now and Tomorrow, looking at blockchain in a more global way, but also having a chapter on digital credentials towards the end, so you can have a look if you wish. Finally, our reports on professional development, published this year as well, also available, dealing with innovative ways that professional development can be carried out by institutions. I also invite you to take a look at if you're interested in professional development. Thank you very much, and I think we can now have some questions. Thank you.
Well, we had 3 really quite fascinating, I think, really dovetailed talks from three different parts, if you like, of the arms of the European Commission and the Digital Education Action Plan. I note that people are starting to wander in from other sessions, and so what I'm going to suggest is that what we do is we're probably not going to start the next section, the great debate, to about 5 past. So rather than come up and have a really truncated panel discussion, Charlotte, Deirdre and Andrea are here, and so you can just wander up and have a chat over the next 10 minutes or so. They're not rushing away, I've been told by Deirdre, so I think that's probably the better way to have a richer conversation than just to try to stage a panel, if that's okay. But if you would join with me to thank them, and I hope that there is a lot to take away from that for you to action in your own environments as the next year unfolds, and particularly I can promote the Digital Education Hack, or DigiEd Hack. That was a great experience, and we certainly at DCU will be involved next year. So thank you. We're starting again in about 10, maybe 15 minutes.
So
And is this the clicker here? Is it? So I just click? It'll be a bit fluid. Mariah, if you know when Yeah. Folks, we're about a minute away from starting if you want to make your seat, take your seats. Okay, are you ready? We're going to have a little action here. It's late in the conference, we're just about done, so it's time to move up and ramp up the volume if you like. This is the Great Dublin Debate. I'm going to be introducing to you shortly two panels who have been primed for action for some time now, like yesterday. But first I need to give you a little preamble. most of you will know me by now. I'm Mark Brown, the conference chair. I'm going to chair the debate. I'm going to be completely neutral, as you can tell from my attire. You'll learn a little bit more about that shortly. I just though wanted to make a connection because I did make a comment in the panel and I was jumped into that panel at last notice. So I wasn't well scripted, but I made the comment that last time I'd been on a panel with George, it didn't really go well. This was actually in New Zealand about a year ago, or just maybe 18 months ago, when George was at a conference and we were doing the final debate. And there was no way, as you could tell with George's keynote today, that I had the intellectual tools to challenge George on the opposing team. But he had admitted in his keynote earlier in the conference that he had recently got a speeding ticket in Texas and therefore by definition was a criminal felon. So I decided rather than attack the argument, which was that AI was going to transform education for revolutionize, I think, education. I'm arguing in favor of that, well, and George against. I decided let's attack the integrity of the person. An acknowledged criminal felon. There are a couple of people here who I think were actually there when this happened, and the problem is George jumped up, as you can see on screen, promptly put on his criminal prison outfit, won the audience over instantly, and there was I was gone. So that's the last time that debate was something that I had an experience of. In this occasion, we decided perhaps George, we could have, version 2. But actually George had to catch a plane, so I've been saved. So my role was to be the neutral chair. I say the neutral chair, you'll see why in a minute. This is the debate moot. You have it in your booklet. It has been kept under a lot of secrecy. The panel members, who I'm going to introduce shortly, have been itching for this for some time. But it does segue quite neatly into George's point that I picked up on, is that the system is part of the problem. And so to get you in the mood for the debate moot, the statement there, we have a little bit of just primer, and then we're going to invite the panelists up.
Oh yeah! It was a night, oh what a night, LA burning bright, oh what a night. Said yeah, come on, it make my world stand still. All riot, rage and revolution, oh yeah. Here come the fire, the world burns still. I say yeah, well you can rock this land, baby. Well, alright, you like a shot to the system. I say, yeah, ain't it irate?
Okay, we can kill the sound. I think we're ready, we're primed. The two teams are absolutely, no, I can't see them with their spiked hair, or maybe that's to come. Shows your age when you start playing Billy Idol like that. So there's our moot again. Shock to the system effectively. Let me now introduce our two teams with a little twist. You see, our first team, who are going to be arguing in the affirmative, the positive, we're describing as the internationals. So can I invite Nicole, Sophie, and Georgie to the stage, please? Nicole is from Vancouver. Georgie's from Brazil, Natal, Brazil. He's probably the youngest conference delegate here. We should give him a big hand of applause because he was 21 last week. Wasn't that right? And Sophie, how old did you tell me you were? Oh, no, let's not ask that. Okay, so our international team, who will be up against today, the all-Ireland panel, made up of Abby, Francis, and Andy. If you want to make your way to the stage, please.
Now, there are a couple of things I need to, as they're making their way up. I think that round of applause wasn't as big as I would have expected for an all-Ireland team. Hey! Oop, I'm neutral, remember. There's a sort of a subtext to this. We deliberately wanted an all-Ireland team because who knew when we were planning this conference, firstly, that Brexit, which was meant to happen back in April, was it not? But for this conference was likely to happen at the end of October, so there's quite a powerful statement in an all-Ireland team. And those of you who don't understand what I'm meaning here, Mairead made several references yesterday to all-Ireland. That means the whole of Ireland, the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland are represented here. So, 2 panels, they're all set to go. Just to give you a quick rundown on the rules, because I don't want to take too long. I'm obviously the neutral chair, because I'm not Irish, so I can't be accused of favoritism in any form. Each panel member gets 3 minutes. They'll come to the podium, and they have to argue the best they can. I'll be mindful that the odd interruption may be acceptable. They do have mics from the, that they can share there, but I'll have to, again, be careful about interruptions. Debating style, though, that's something that can happen. After each, and we'll alternate with the affirmative or positives coming up to begin with, and then the negatives, the chair, and I'm not even sure who the chair of each team or the lead, gets one last go, 1 minute to come back. Oh, the internationals look like they didn't know that part. Ooh, didn't read the emails, I reckon. Okay, so without any further ado, I am going to invite, and of course, I have also the bell. 3 minutes means 3 minutes. So when you hear the bell, that's it. So the first affirmative member of the team is Sophie.
Full disclosure, I do actually have an Irish passport, but apparently wasn't allowed on that side. I think the accent might have confused everyone. So first off, we are the affirmative, and we wanted to take a step back. Think about Alexas. There is AI now just kind of around in our lives, if you take it that way. Personalization and suggestions on Amazon Prime, or alternatively anywhere on Amazon when you've bought 1 toilet seat and you apparently need 5 more. Instagram, that's really, really common these days, and what Instagram is there for is actually living the dream. It has that whole dreamlike capacity of going, you can do anything, and it actually does show us that there are way more things that we can be doing. All of this, roll that all together, has led to a real big change in the workforce. There is much more passion-based roles and a passion-based economy now. And what do I mean by that? I mean that you can actually work in whatever it is that you want to work in. You can also have 3 different jobs in all of your 3 different interests. We didn't even know that some of the jobs existed. When I left university, customer success, the job that I do, did not even exist. So my career manager could never have told me or prepared me for any of the skills that I need in my role. So what do we actually think the new models are going to be? We're kind of going with something called the Netflix effect. What is the Netflix effect? That really common term that everyone uses. We think that essentially people are going to be able to choose and browse and create their own qualification. I'm not saying degree, just because I think it's going to be wider than that. And actually, one of the things about Netflix is that you can watch a ton of different information. And so it's not just the build your own qualification with random skills and bits that you're interested in. I think it's actually going to be building your own qualification across loads of different educational institutions, not just one university, not just one company, but having a choice of a wide range of skills and areas that you can choose and just run with. Open access is something that a lot of people are interested in. The internet has enabled us to have open access to loads of things. Other people in other countries, open access to education, places that previously didn't have access, it's fine, are now actually able to. Think about the current climate. Literally, right now, students are striking, they're going on strike, they want people to be solutionizing and finding solutions to problems. So in terms of delivery, we think that the actual delivery of that education that is Netflixified is going to be different. It's going to be problem-based, action-based learning for children at school. In higher education, we're going to see way more partnerships with enterprise places as new skills are needed to be plugged. New skills, new technology, and everything that comes with that is going to actually change the delivery. Beyond the delivery, beyond choosing your own learning pathway, we're actually looking at the fact that there'll be lifelong learning. There's a massive instability in life right now, like software developments come into your phone all the time. There are new games, there are lots of new things. The students of today are really prepared to upskill themselves consistently. And so we think that we're going to be seeing this moving forward into that kind of ability to create your own qualification and then keep going.
Thank you, Sophie. I should have probably mentioned in my introductions, because I didn't really give you too much background about our panel members, quite deliberately actually. So Sophie, what is your actual title of your position?
Customer Success Manager.
Who for? This is your embedded advertising.
I'm a Senior Customer Success Manager at D2L, Desire to Learn. You heard from our CEO, John Baker, yesterday. I also have a second work title, which is Customer Success Ninja.
We'll see whether that ninja comes out later. Okay, well, you've had the opening argument presented. It's now my privilege to, my opportunity to invite the all Irish team to the stage, and it looks like that it's going to be Francis first.
They say you should do one thing scary every day, so I think I'm good for a week after this. Thanks, Mark. We reject the notion that new models of online learning will shock the education system over the next decade. But what do we mean when we say education system? Well, simply put, the education system is every single element that goes into educating the people in our communities. So from the 4-year-old and junior infants in your local primary school to the 82-year-old man who graduated last Thursday from Waterford Institute of Technology with an honours arts degree. It's the laws, the policies, the regulations, funding, facilities, administrators, students and academics all working together to help students reach their potential in life. But now we can't possibly consider all of those elements today within this short debate. So let's consider the education system as us. So all of you and me, and I suppose even these three sitting here if we must. So all the people who work with students on a daily basis to assess them, guide them, encourage them as they reach their potential. So will new models of online learning shock you or me over the next decade? Well, given that the Oxford Dictionary defines shock as a sudden, upsetting or unsettling experience or event, then I would say no, it won't. No new model of online learning will ever catch us by surprise or be an unsettling experience when it arrives. How could it when we've already worked in a space for the last 10 years that has been immersed in a huge amount of change? So while keeping student-centred learning and teaching and assessment at its heart, technology has totally changed the ways in which we learn and the ways in which students access knowledge. And this has already led to the emergence of new pedagogies, the methods and practices of teaching over the last decade alone. My 9-year-old daughter has a neat portfolio in 3rd class, and she spends her day working on interactive whiteboards. The secondary school down the road has ditched textbooks in favour of iPads. And in higher education, we have integrated mobile apps into our teaching, learning and assessment practices. We've moved to cloud-based software. We have free Wi-Fi in every campus that you go to, and we have welcomed game-based learning, virtual reality, augmented reality and predictive learning analytics in the last number of years.
A minute or so left.
We have delighted in these innovations. We get excited when they're demonstrated to us, and we've seen the benefits of them. And we've done all of this despite GDPR. Let's take MOOCs, for example. So massive open online courses. It was only coined in 2008. By 2011, Coursera had been funded. By 2013, the Dublin Institute of Technology, which now makes up TU Dublin, had run Ireland's very first MOOC. And we were followed very closely by IT Sligo, Trinity College and Hibernia College. So were we as educators a little concerned about where XMOOCs and CMOOCs might lead us? Were we a little bit concerned about the quality of the education and assessment practices for our students? Were we a little bit concerned about how it would fit into the frameworks of current systems? Well, yes, we probably were, but don't confuse concern with shock. We weren't shocked, we weren't surprised, we weren't unsettled. Instead, we saw the benefits that MOOCs had to offer. We saw the self-paced nature, the flexibility, the establishment of large learning communities and so forth. We saw how well they used social media to expand their students' ideas and concepts and link them to experts across the world. And we even grew the concept. We founded Dukes, the distributed collaborative online course, the Book. Oh, I didn't get to my favourite one, the TORC, the tiny open with restrictions focused on quality and effectiveness one.
I'll just come up and step in here now.
You can see that Nicole is very keen to get to the podium.
I am.
So go for it.
I will. So I think I'm going to start with one of the key points that you made, and you were talking about how the education system is us. Well, 10 years ago, us would not have included me. I am a single parent. I have done my master's entirely online. I have done my PhD entirely online. Systems that maybe did not seem shocking or disruptive have paved the way for me to be here. And now I'm another voice in this community of us who actually can speak to needs that we were not recognizing before, who can say, hey, we need these new pathways. And here's the great thing. With technology, every year more voices are coming to the table, and us is going to begin to become much more diverse. And with that diversity, which I believe will be exponential, with an increasing number of people coming to the table every single year, new ideas and new innovations that represent needs that us cannot even fathom because we don't experience those needs, that is what's going to create a shock. We're not used to being shocked because our demographic has not changed enough. And I'm here to say that the technology has empowered me. It is changing. New technologies will continue to bring more people to the table, and we will shock the system because us is going to change.
Woo! Wow. That was 1 minute 44.
I've got 1 minute more. Well, I think what we know too is what Sophie was saying, we've got a shelf life. Our skills do. It's going to keep going, right? So people like me who are coming in later on are going to start coming to the table. Education is going to expand across the lifetime. We know there's going to be upskilling, retraining. We know it's not going to be traditional models. I did not follow a traditional path. The path I took didn't exist 10 years ago. And I think when we give people access to education, it enables them to change their own lives. And that's what's going to shock us. What people are going to suggest, that is what's going to shock the system. We don't know what's coming, and isn't that incredibly, incredibly exciting? I'm excited to see people returning, like John said, I think he said, return to learn to earn, how that's going to change the economy. New ideas are going to create new jobs, new needs for learning, and we've got AI coming in. We're going to be able to reach more people. There we go. So now it's your turn.
Close enough.
The example that we've just heard is a wonderful example that resonates with me, coming from an institution where widening access is a part of everything we do. The programs that we've heard about are not as a result of disruptive change or a shock. They are as a result of structured, organised change at an institution, and that's going to be the theme of what I'm going to be talking about. I reject the use of the word shock as a word. I think it's intentionally targeting emotion. It's attempting to create fear and encouraging short-term solutions and technical investments. More cynical folk might describe some of these as vanity projects. When I hear the word shock, I think of mechanical shock, something breaking. Rather than shock, good change, and I'm sure good change was a part of all the programs that our competitor was a part of. Good change should enhance existing systems. If I think in mechanical terms, I think of lubrication, an excellent example of slowly changing and improving an entire system rather than a shock change. Good and sustainable change only comes when each part of the system is considered. Damage happens when shock has not been anticipated, and I argue that our education system is flexible, adaptable, and ready for change. We are all challenged to implement projects that use different modes of e-learning. In widening access, Our own institution has a target of 100% blended learning modules. We have flexible pathways, alternative pathways through programs, carousel and accelerated models, all to meet the needs of individuals, industry, and accrediting partners. We also offer non-credit bearing courses in flexible and adaptable ways. But we do all this in a regulated environment, and we're not an unusual institution. Through any change, we must be confident what we as educators do and what our institutional belief systems are. And if we are confident in that structure, we don't necessarily have to follow the gold rush to repurpose learning materials and launch large-scale, content-led, self-study online programs, which is one example of what could be described as a disruptive change. When I consider the graduate qualities I want our students to leave our institution with, I think of critical thinking, analytical reasoning, teamworking, information literacy, ethical judgment, decision-making, communication skills, problem-solving skills. How can we confidently hope to develop these skills at scale necessary to be described as disruptive or shocking? Shock or disruption in education is a provocative idea, but it is tired, it is dated, and it is reactionary. The best change we could hope for is an investment in academic development, developing good people so that the students leaving our institution now, who will be making decisions in 10 years' time, have the critical and ethical skills to challenge and make informed decisions. Good people development requires cultural and financial investment over a long term, which is often much harder to do than implementing a short-term vanity technology project. Thank you.
So now I'd like to call upon Georgie as the final panel member for the affirmative. Georgie, before you start, just remember that you're staying with us at the moment, are you not?
Yes.
You do want a bed
I give
tonight.
up. And
go, type.
Okay, so dear Deutsche Garde, pardon me, Irish people, I must have butchered it, but what I came here to say is, I don't think it will be fair to present too many new arguments because it will be too less of time to respond to them. But I will say that the case my dear colleagues have built is that it won't shock, the new models won't shock the people in this room, and that we are numb to innovation, that it'll be gradual improvements, and that the system is not a shock, and that, you see, the system itself will not be shocked. I would argue against it, because if you say that the new models won't shock the people in this room, of course not, because we are part of the improvement. We are part of doing the shock. So the people in this room will probably not be shocked at all, but the people who we are making this content for, they will be the ones affected. They will be the ones who feel the shock. I took my first MOOC at August last year, and in the meantime, my team has developed courses to help communities in Tanzania and give good health practices to people who had not had such education in the past. And if that's not shock, I invite you to please tell me what is. And if we say that we are numb to innovation, that's not an argument at all. I mean, of course it's a gradual improvement, but it's an improvement nonetheless. And if you think about 10 years ago, Netflix rented physical copies of films. That's shocking. We have it so good today. But the thing is, the Netflix system we proposed, it's going to change the world, because it's not accepted today, widely accepted. If you go out into the street and say that you'll pick your own degree, your own capacitation, that's unfathomable to some people. They can't put it in their heads. When I got here, I'm a law student in Brazil, and when I came here, one of my professors asked me, why the hell are you going to a World Conference on Online Learning? Because people are still thinking of boxes, and we need to shatter those boxes, and we need shock to do that. And, well, the last thing I'll say is that the system itself, we are building it. And what will shock people is the time it will take to improve. The system, we know where it is going. We have a sense of where it's going, but it's evolving fast. And we have, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgie.
Garama Haga.
I think your bed's okay tonight.
Yes, I'm not sleeping on the streets, yes.
I'm just making sure I get my 3 minutes.
Are you on? Go.
Generation Z. Can we really shock them? Because that's who we're talking about educating. A decade is not a particularly long time. And shock is a hugely emotive word. And in this day and age, can anything truly shock us or the generation that's coming through? The Cambridge Dictionary defines shock as the emotional or physical reaction to a sudden and unexpected and usually unpleasant event or experience. Shock. The word conjures up images of electric shock and hair on end and aftershocks and cardiac shocks. None of them are pleasant. Are we truly saying that the education system and where we're headed is unpleasant? And I ask you, can we really use the word shock in relation to higher education, to online learning, to the academy? Georgie picked up on it. Those who are in this room should not be shocked. You are at the forefront of research, of horizon scanning, of shaping the future, of the technological developments. Higher education is the only area that gets to touch on the generations across the sectors. We can shape, we can influence. We have a key role to play in the preparation of a skilled global workforce. That goes without a doubt. But fully online courses have been around for 20 years. That's where I started in higher education. That's not particularly new. We're already discussing, hypothesizing, and developing new learning approaches and pedagogies in order to educate for the fourth and future industrial revolutions. And yes, of course, there's a need to embrace the technologies associated with them. But the point is, we are already talking about them. Will it be a robo-revolution with AI? Will it be peer-to-peer learning through social media and all those different apps? Will it be the global giants and corporates coming in and commercializing the content aspect? Will it be the regional rising, which we're already seeing in Ireland through the creation of technological universities, cross-border collaborative online programs, such as in IT Sligo, or a mix of them all? Or just education as is, slowly and incrementally changing? The point is, we're already discussing this. The younger generation are already using all these technologies within their primary education. Education systems, programs, and curricula need to be flexible. We know that. They need to allow for students' interests and needs. They need to be relevant to the unforeseen work and social issues. Qualifications need to be assessed and awarded for learning across the formal, the non-formal, and the informal avenues. But we are already doing that. We talk of a higher education ecosystem spanning global boundaries where institutions can partner and share curricula. We're already doing that. I suggest to you, delegates of the World Conference of Online Learning, that the very fact that we are gathered here today in Dublin to discuss online learning in a face-to-face environment indicates there's still a very real need for human contact. Oh, no, 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 no. And I'll leave you with one thought. Why are you here? What are you getting from being here today that you couldn't have got by attending remotely? Because that's what your students still need.
Thank you, Abby. We have just 1 minute, very short, because we need to be as fast as we can now. We don't want to hold you up for too long. So Nicole has 1 minute.
1 minute. It's a good thing I'm concise with these things. All right, so one thing you did say is that we're educating Generation Z. We are not. We are educating generations across the board. With the disruptions happening in our economy, we are educating people who need to go back to work. My youngest son is actually below the cutoff for Gen Z, and he's 6 years old. In 10 years' time, he's going to be getting ready to go to higher education. We have to stop thinking in these generational boxes. Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, boomers, they are all coming to the table and they all need to be educated. All right.
Okay, I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit tired of EdTech ninjas, EdTech rock stars, EdTech prophecies. I'm really bored. I've had a career full of graveyards of technology. Who here has been involved in Second Life, augmented reality? Who's got cupboards full of turning point clickers? We're bored, we're tired, we've had it. It's people, and that's the center of what we're talking about. That's why we're here today. It's about people, it's about connections. All I can hope for from our education system is that we are training, or we're helping our students to develop those critical skills. So when they're standing here in 10 years' time, they will be challenging, they will be thinking, they will be critically evaluating, they'll be thinking about these disruptions, the shock, the hype cycles, and they will be critically evaluating that and make sure that they're not responding to the latest ed tech thing. I really hope that our next generation is not the Netflix generation, passively consuming content, sitting, binge watching on a Sunday. We really want the human aspects of education to be the most important thing, and that's my hope for the future of education.
Okay, folks, all we need to do now, and I've just put the decibel reader on here, is you're the judges. So we will, by noise, clapping, whatever you want to do, the international panel. Did they win? And my wonderful colleagues here, the All Ireland team, did they win? Based on scientific evidence here of the decibel reader, I declare the All-Irish team the winners. I commiserate. Can you just join with me in thanking all panel members, please? It's not an easy thing to do, and I think they all entered into the spirit of it with the absolute neutral judge, not judge, the neutral chair managing the debate very successfully. Please join with me and thank the panel members. Off stage, please. Whoop. Yep. Gift? Is there a gift? Just before you do leave, we have a small gift of appreciation. Great. Just before you go, small gift.
So they could have a hurling match between them, all of them. Okay, can I just ask the team to come up and we'll rearrange the furniture and we get ready for the beginning of the end. I also have a really nice iPhone here, one of our debaters left. Oh, it's yours? Oh. He was oh, no, you're I just want to give you one or two housekeeping notices.
before we wrap up, and we're going to go into our closing ceremony. So you have details of the walking tours which will take place. A walking tour, a visit to our Glasnevin campus in Dublin City University. All information is available through the app. Excuse me. So the second piece of information I'd like to give you are all more than welcome that if after lunchtime you want to attend yet another event, the IUA, the Irish Universities Association, has a free event, the launch of the Digital Teaching and Learning Project, and there's a number of keynote speakers there, and you may get to hear some of our fantastic speakers coming in at that, and also to some of our local people here in the IUA. So, I'm now just going to invite Dr. Sandra Kuchina-Softic from the European Distance Learning Week. So Sandra is just going to tell us about the week and give us a little bit more information about that.
Will I get 3 minutes as well, and Bella after the end? Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I have the great opportunity to continue with one event after this great conference, and I think the ICDE has done a great job, and also Mark and Mayred with their team. So I think they deserve a really, really huge applause first. This debate gave me a good introduction into the event I want to announce. So I know that you have been here discussing, exchanging ideas, know-how, getting new acquaintances, and doing it all physically. But next week, we are going to do something as well, but online. So European Distance Learning Week, as you can see, it's a virtual event, and all the thoughts and ideas you got these days, you can pursue them further in the next week. So you will see we'll have during the week 6 webinars with 6 moderators, 35 presenters from Europe and all over the world. And if you attend and participate, you will get digital credential. So these are the topics and these are the times. All of you have got in your bags the leaflet. So if you don't take the note now, you will find it in your bag. So yes, please do attend, do share, do contribute, do collaborate. And besides these events, we also have some additional events which are contribution to European Distance Learning Week. So you can see how many institutions and people are going to collaborate and discuss. So it's not over today, it's going to be as well next week. Thank you.
So we'll move to our next section of the closing ceremony, and I'd like to invite Professor Mark Brown to the stage, and he is going to award some of our special awards. So I'd be grateful if Mark can come to the stage and we will announce the winners of our awards. So if the awardees are here, please, or the winner is here, I should say, come to the stage and collect your award, and we'll have a little photograph if the person is here. If they're not, we promise to send on their beautiful award to them. So, all of these awards were based on the voting that took place during this conference, and we're very glad that people participated quite lively in the voting. The first award goes for the best digital poster, and that goes to Transforming Learning Portfolio Practice, the Critical Folio Thinking Framework. It was my delight and pleasure to welcome Dr. Orna Farrell from the Open Education Unit of the NIDL to accept her award. And if I have my photographers, I'd be grateful if they can, if my photographers are in the room, they can take some pictures, please. So sometimes things happen serendipitously, and the next winner will understand when I say that, and I'm not going to say anything more. The best lightning talk winner is Breaking into School After Hours, One Educator's Unconventional Approach to Connecting Refugee and Non-Refugee Undergraduate Students, Peggy Lynn Makiziak from Athabasca University. Congratulations.
That is so funny. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I'm not sure if this next person is still here, but if they are, they have been one of the biggest and most active social media tweeter, we were based on Twitter, of the conference. So it's my great pleasure to say, Britta Zawada, I hope I said it properly. She's gone, but if there is a member of the University of South Africa who is willing to accept the prize on her, or the award on her behalf, I would be very grateful. Would you like to come up? Let me just make sure, yeah. Congratulations. Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. So thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So we really are getting to the end. So it is my great pleasure to ask back on stage the Acting Secretary General, Morten Flauta-Poulsen, Professor Morten Flauta-Poulsen, to make some final remarks on behalf of ICDE.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm really honored to present the closing remarks at this very successful ICDE World Conference in Dublin. The first World Conference I attended was in Oslo in 1988 in Norway. The title of the paper I presented there was Computer Conferencing, a breakthrough in distance learning or just another technological gadget. There I presented my experiences with online learning, which actually is the same theme as we have at this conference 30 years later. At the Oslo conference, the Norwegian Prime Minister, Gro Harlem Brundtland, gave the closing remarks. There she stated that she was really impressed by the work of ICDE and therefore decided that the Norwegian government would support the establishment of a permanent secretariat in Oslo. So for 30 years now, ICDE has received very welcome financial support from the Norwegian Ministry of Education. Thank you. The reason I love these events is that they provide an opportunity to meet and share experiences with old and new friends from all around the world, to learn from presidents, administrators, pedagogues, researchers, teachers, and subject specialists. The conference is a meeting place and a melting pot for networking, innovations, and sharing of ideas. Many of you attended our ICDE conference in Lillehammer in February this year. One of the outcomes from that conference was the Lillehammer Lifelong Learning Roadmap. And I'm delighted to see that the roadmap is included in the conference app, and I encourage you all to read it and share it with your colleagues. Dear Mark and Mairead, and all the others who have helped making this conference a success. On behalf of the ICDE Secretariat, I would like to say a big thank you. It has been a pleasure to work with you before and during the conference. Now I would like to share some tidbits of what I heard from the many happy delegates I spoke with during yesterday's wonderful gala dinner. We really appreciate the taste of Ireland through your Irish greetings, the Irish 101 online course, the guided tours, and the really impressive cultural and social programs. The conference app has given us easy access to attendees, conference pictures, voting tools, and social media channels. Personally, as I said, I was happy to see the lifelong learning roadmap included in the app. Many delegates seem to appreciate the innovative digital posters and the virtual paper presentations. Others pointed out to me that the award ceremonies, the best paper awards, and the international conversations in the exhibition areas were really good. Your conference chairs have guided us professionally through the plenary sessions, well supported by the flawless audio, video, and ICT services. Many agree with me that the very personal student testimonials and the ministers' presentations were especially inspiring. All in all, working with you and attending our shared world conference represents some of the best experiences in my 30 years long professional career. Thank you so much. I would also like to use this opportunity to recognize the important and very good work of my excellent ICDE staff. You have probably all met Caroline and Julie. Please raise up. Jean-Baptiste and Snorre arrived yesterday. Are you here? And our senior advisors, Alan Tate and Toril Slotto, have taken active part in the complete conference sessions. Finally, I would like to announce Torunn Gjelsvik. She will soon take over the position as ICDE Secretary General. She will be the first woman to hold this position and will take over after me in January. I think appointing Torunn as Secretary General is a very best solution for ICD, for Torunn, and for me. I'm confident that Torunn will continue the long and proud tradition of ICD. Please welcome Torunn.
Wow, thank you, Morten, for the introduction and for letting me introduce myself very briefly at the end of this wonderful conference. So my name is Torunn Gjelsvik. I come from Oslo, Norway, and I look very much forward to take office as the new Secretary General of ICDE in January. I have about 20 years of experience from the distance and online education field in Norway, and also a few years of international experience from previous work at the ICDE Secretariat as Head of Development. Therefore, I know quite a few of you from before. It's lovely to be back and to meet you all again. But there's still a lot of you that I do not know yet, which I look forward to meet in the upcoming years and to collaborate with. I would also like to thank Morten Flate-Paulsen, the Acting Secretary General of ICDE, for his sound leadership of the organization through the past 1.5 years. It has been appreciated by many of us, including me. And I know that, Morten, you will always support the global community, our work, and ICDE, and that in the years to come, I might reach out to you whenever I need it, and you will always support me. I know that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Torunn. And I must say that I have already started to envy you one thing, the next conference in Brazil. Because Brazil has a very special place in my heart. And therefore, it was so nice that I have the opportunity to speak and talk with the Brazilian team yesterday, we did sign the contract with the people who are going, the people and the friends that we are going to work with for the next conference in Natal. I was also really, really honored and pleased to have the opportunity to speak during the gala dinner yesterday with the Brazilian ambassador. And therefore, I'm very honored to introduce Ambassador Elena Zugaib to say some words to us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Conference Chair, Professor Mark Brown, President of the ICDE, Belinda Tynan, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to address you at this most special occasion. In the past few days here in Dublin, you had the chance to exchange ideas, share good practices, and explore possibilities of collaboration on open and distance education, with a particular focus on the theme of transforming lives and societies. In 2 years' time, a new gathering will convene in the city of Natal in northeast Brazil, providing international delegates with the opportunity to continue and update the fruitful discussions that you had this week. The 29th ICDE World Conference, to be hosted by the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, will emphasize the connections between education and the Sustainable Development Goals. We welcome the focus which reinforces the commitment of the Brazilian society to the 23rd Agenda. It will be the second time that Brazil has the privilege of hosting ICDE's World Conference, because the 22nd edition of the conference took place in Rio de Janeiro in 2006. Since then, Brazil has made great strides in the expansion and the democratization of access to distance education. The government considers distance learning a key tool in our efforts to bring a better education to the reach of disadvantaged students and of those who live far away from urban centers. Very recently, from 2017 onwards, a series of reforms implemented by the federal government gave a major boost to the sector by, among other measures, allowing distance learning classes in the secondary level, and by cutting red tape in regard to the opening of new centers of distance education. As a result, 1.8 million Brazilian undergraduate students take distance courses today, which represent an increase of 80% in the past 10 years. In conclusion, I wish to say that education in all of its many forms is a top priority for the government of Brazil, and it will be an honor to host the 29th ICDE World Conference in 2021. We look forward to welcoming you all then across the beautiful beaches of Natal. Thank you.
What brings us together? We are in love with the power of education. The power to transform lives and societies through open, flexible, online models that encourage educators to meet the challenge of a globally connected era. We believe that access, equity, and quality learning are possible through a collaborative network on innovation and development. And this because of the people. Only with the participation of teachers, students, regional and global actors, experts, employers, government leaders, and society, we can think of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. So, we walk together towards a sustainable future for all, designing, implementing, and researching new educational models from the best practices and the current challenges of teaching and learning. Thank you, Dublin, for not letting us forget our roots, but also for inspiring us to seek more and more innovation in education. In 2021, we will continue together in Natal, Brazil, place of many natural beauties, tropical climate, welcoming people, and a center of research and innovation in education, health, and humanitarian sciences. ICDE's countdown to 2030, reiterating commitments and redefining roads.
And as previously announced as part of the conference, one of our sponsors have made a huge commitment, and we would now like to announce the transformational award that Unicam and the Unicam founder, CEO and founder Noel Mulkeen is here to announce. Thank you very much. Can you welcome Noel onto the stage?
Thank you, Mairead. So during the last couple of days, we've had this initiative to support the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 4, and we've chosen to do that by donating a free license to a university in a developing country of our video capture and online learning platform. And we're very thankful to the organisers who supported our initiative about creating awareness about the goal. And so I'm delighted to announce that the winner is Terbuka University in Indonesia. And so that will go out on Twitter, and I would love if you would follow us on Twitter, because we'll be updating you during the year that's to come on a quarterly basis about the impact that free license is creating in Indonesia. So thank you very much again.
So I would now like to invite Professor Mark Brown to give some closing remarks on behalf of Dublin City University.
Thank you, Mairead. Those of you who have been here right through the event will know that early on I stated that I wanted to be as invisible as possible, and the more invisible I could be, the more successful I think the conference will have been. Of course, as you probably saw from the debate, the team really just wanted to keep me in my box. But it got to the final day and I really had to get out of the box. And it's great to have so many of you see through what has actually been 5 days, because we were inundated with almost 250 delegates in our pre-conference at Dublin City University's St. Patrick's campus. I don't want to hold you up for too long. I know some of you will have flights and others commitments you may want to be following up with colleagues before you head away to your respective destinations. Obviously, I've got a few thanks, and there's always a risk when you pick off people to thank that you leave someone off. I hope that is not the case, so I'll leave a catch-all at the end. But ICDE, clearly, as the parent body that has given us the privilege of hosting this conference, has been a delight to work with you. We feel privileged to have, I hope, met the expectations and maybe beyond of what you were hoping the local team here in Dublin would do. But we really look forward to seeing how this conference and the team and the new team in ICDE, with Turin sitting there, will now take the legacy of Dublin to Brazil. So thanks to ICDE. Yeah. Seeing Noel here, also I think is appropriate that we recognise all of our sponsors. I won't name them, but some of you will be aware that in the last couple of weeks there have been some interesting tweets and controversy around another event and the involvement of commercial providers and sponsors. The truth is this conference would not be possible without them, and so we're enormously grateful. Hopefully we got the balance, but also there's a great Irish expression that I've used many times over the course of the last few days for those who may have an issue with the tensions that exist in the field we work. If you're not around the table, you're more likely to be on the menu. So we wanted to have as many people around the table here as possible. So a round of applause for sponsors and exhibitors, please. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the staff here at the CCD, particularly the technical staff, but generally all the staff. You may have had most to do with the technical staff, and I think most things have run reasonably smoothly. Of course, in a conference of this kind, the scale, the requirement on bandwidth and so forth, that's always a challenge. But a round of applause in particular to the CCD staff, please. At this stage, I need someone to bring up something that I have, because I'm going to do this in a way that's probably not always done in this order, but I see Anne sitting somewhere, and I'd like Anne from Happenings Conferences and Events to come to the stage, because I mentioned this conference would not be possible without our sponsors and exhibitors, but the real truth is this conference would definitely not be possible without the team from Happenings Conferences and Events. By singling out Anne, I'm probably doing a great disservice to all of the rest of the team, but Anne, you've been fantastic to work with. Please come up and we have a small token to give you. And of course, our work isn't quite done yet. There's a bit of work that's involved in the wrap-up of a conference, which we'll be passing on to our Brazilian colleagues of all the lessons we've learned. It would also be inappropriate of me, and just to take you back on a bit of a journey, we began certainly in this venue with the Irish Minister for Irish Higher Education. So whilst Mary Mitchell-O'Connor is not with us today, I just wanted to acknowledge her contribution. Obviously, all of the talks in this room have been videoed. I know the Minister has already been sent. She requested a video of her presentation, and I think she had some pretty powerful words, not just for Irish higher education or education more generally, but some of the words that were picked up. I know Belinda Tynan, as ICDE President, singled out the contribution. So I won't ask for a round of applause. It'll get a bit tiresome. But following on from that, it would also be completely a remission of my job if I did not thank some DCU staff. And again, in the spirit of saying that this would not be possible, actually none of this would have been possible, he's not here today, but without DCU's president. Breen has been our inspiration for us all. A lot of what we're doing at DCU that we hope you've seen, but also even our ability to host this conference all stems from the support we received from our president. In addition, you've seen a number of other senior DCU staff over the last few days. I'll just mention them briefly. Dara, our Deputy President, some of you would have seen at the gala dinner last night. We're very grateful for all of our senior DCU staff, because if you haven't heard, it is currently graduation week. And some of us actually don't finish until Saturday afternoon because we have a graduation ceremony that we have to attend. So that's always a difficult week to get people when we are full on with so many graduation ceremonies. On Sunday, our Executive Dean of Education, Anne Looney, welcomed guests on our St. Patrick's campus. So I just wanted to acknowledge Anne, and those who were there will have heard how education is our second largest faculty with over 4,000 education students at Dublin City University. You haven't seen Joe O'Hara, our co-chair and co-moderator. That's because you haven't seen him in the last day or so. That's because of graduation, but equally it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge him. And he's going to come back in another form I'll tell you about in a second. It won't take too much longer, don't worry, Mairead, because your name's next on the list. I think you would all agree that the expert, humorous at times, and certainly distinctively Irish style that you've had at this conference, much of it is epitomised from our conference moderator or co-moderator. And Mairead, I'd like to call you to the stage for a small token of appreciation. If you were at the dinner last night, out of my comfort zone, you will have seen that I got up and had to do a bit of dancing, and it seemed to work because lots of people got up as well. So I feel like that's been done for a while. I won't have to do that for another 6 months or more. There's another person that needs to be thanked. She probably won't thank me for what I'm about to do because many of you won't know who this person is. But the whole cultural program that we've put together for you, which was very important for us, in a way of what we were trying to say in today's digitally connected global world, that the local still matters. I guess you've heard the term glocal, but we really wanted to celebrate the importance of local identity and culture in a globalized society, because different ways of thinking might help us address some of the issues, the big questions that we face. So Katrina, I know this might be a struggle and I'll come down to you, but I really want to thank Katrina, who's been the chair and the lead of all of the cultural performers, the artists, the poets that we started with, and it's been an enormous job, but a great addition, and more than an addition, it's been part of what this conference has been about. So Katrina, I want to thank you. So we're almost there, folks. I also need to acknowledge just at the back, I mentioned the CCD staff who have been helping us out technically and obviously all around. But I also want to thank and acknowledge the DCU media team that have come in. Some of you have been interviewed by them, and all of this rich material. The advantage of doing this in-house is because we can put it all in a Creative Commons license, and it will be available for you to be able to repurpose and use in whatever form you think. And of course, this conference, we want to have a legacy. So thanks to Owen and his team. Equally, and we've still got, I think, some here, our DCU student ambassadors in their blue tops. There are over 30 involved throughout the conference, and we like to think that that was a really important part because, you know, they're the people and their children that we're talking about. So it was great to weave them into the program, and they were just amazing because I won't name individuals, but we were pretty busy on other things, and they just took the initiative and really pitched in. And because of the content and the nature of this conference, several of them were in awe of some of the speakers because they also learned a bit along the way. So I will ask for a round of applause for the student ambassadors. And as I said, I'm almost done, but I do, in a collective sense, need to ask the team at DCU and in the National Institute for Digital Learning in particular just to stand and for us to collectively acknowledge the huge effort. Many of them have already gone back because they have commitments, but if you could just stand if you're still here, and I just want to personally acknowledge your support. I'd love to name them all, but it's just, we'll do that in another way internally because it's been a great team building experience over the last few days, and of course the last 2 years that this conference has been in the making. Well, probably the last people, hopefully without having left anyone off, to thank are you people, because this conference most definitely wouldn't be possible without the people that are here. Of course, many have had to leave, and we understand that. But the fact you're still here, it's people that make a conference. We can only do so much. And so I just think we'll give ourselves a round of applause. And the final thing that I want to do is come back to the conference theme. And we're going to do that in a way that we hope leaves a legacy for this conference, but also a challenge for our Brazilian colleagues. The conference theme of transforming lives and societies, I hope you can see, has never been more relevant and pertinent. In the pre-conference, I started a session after the welcome by rushing off to another room, and in that presentation I just shared 3 facts. You can challenge these, but they are embedded in evidence. The first is around 50% of the world's population still does not have the internet, depending on how you define that. But that's a pretty sobering thought, given we're talking about online learning and transforming lives and societies. Secondly, that 8 men, and I'm quoting here an Oxfam report, 8 men living in North America own 50% of the world's wealth. And lastly, the Millennium Goal of trying to put every child through school could have been achieved at the Millennium. That's 2000, not the 2030 goals. The Millennium Goals for education could have been achieved if 1% of what was spent on military weapons in the world in 1 year was committed to achieving that goal. So the clock is ticking on 2030. I'm optimistic, but we've got a lot of work to do if we're really going to transform lives and societies. So what we have for you, I think I'm right now, and yes, I'm on track. As you walk out today, with great thanks to Mairead, to Joe, because of their moderation role, and then more latterly I came into the conversation we have what we have called the DCU Dublin Declaration, which tries to synthesize some of the themes that you may, we hope, have come across and seen emerging. We've been in a privileged position as we've been, if you like, looking, overarching all the papers, designing those papers in their breakouts. So we hope the Dublin Declaration is a tangible takeaway from this conference, and I'm not sure, Mairead, if you want to add some comments to that. Well, my last comment, as I know I'm getting the evil eye here, is the Dublin Declaration and the work of this conference is not for the future, it's for the future of humanity. That's what's at stake. Thank you, everyone.
So, a chorda, Thomas Thalke Gudi and Dara, we've come to the end. But we just have one more small little treat for you. We are joined this afternoon by Mark Redmond, one of Ireland's foremost uilleann pipers. In 2017, Irish uilleann pipes were recognised as an important and unique cultural heritage symbol by UNESCO. President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, believes the recognition of uilleann piping in Irish culture is an honour and a valuable recognition of the skills, the imagination, the creativity and importance of those who make, restore and play the PB uilleann. The music and craftwork of Ireland connect us in profound ways, weaving together cultural memory and contemporary vision. The UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage not only celebrates human diversity and ingenuity, but raises awareness of the importance of protecting our shared cultural heritage. With those words, I bring to a close the Taste of Ireland's cultural programme. We hope you have enjoyed the Taste of Ireland, and we have asked Mark to share his gift with you. And go manid díishev agus go déis Islam. Gur míle mahagat and a gwiv. And on a personal note, thank you so much. I've been personally very grateful to all of those people who stopped me and spoke to me and gave me their reflections and comments. And to the friendships that I have made here and that I have strengthened, and to the new people I have met, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's an honour to play for you all today, and I really enjoyed sitting in, and I feel it's appropriate to note that online learning has had a huge impact on uilleann piping. So this instrument, for example, it stopped developing in this as it appears today in the 1840s, and in the 1960s there was only about 50 uilleann pipers in the world, but now there's about 6,000, and a lot of that is to do with Skype lessons and everything else. So online learning has had a huge impact on uilleann pipes. So it's a contemporary instrument, not an ancient instrument. But I'm going to play some very old music now. The first piece of music is called Madame Maxwell, which was composed by Ireland's national composer, a man called Turlough O'Carlin, who's a blind harpist who died in the year 1730. And then to have you all dancing out the door, I'll finish up with some reels then. Thank you very much.
Mil Mahagat Mark. And the final thing I would like to say is, please do book your flights now for Natal in Brazil. Lunch is available outside.